Greetings, blessings, salutations, and love. Welcome back to Chats with Jack. Once again, brothers and sisters, I am still Jack Talcott, here to share some time. Dropped the link for the panel should there be those available and interested. We will open the panel, I believe. Today, I am once again truly just filled with joy and inspiration and sincere gratitude for all of you who've already stopped by, shown up. TW had it right on the money. Each day I show up and you guys please pay attention too. Each day it seems like I show up for the stream and someone's dropped some just gems of wisdom. Life is an unfair game. Love is the prize. How truly true, man. And salutes to all of you. Jesse, God bless. I popped in and into your stream, shared support for the algorithms and the views, but I didn't get to pay much attention today. I was paying attention to keeping the optics high on the self, trying to figure out that, man, life's a beautiful adventure. See, the topic today and the thumbnail, where was the thumbnail? Oh, today is your opportunity to build the tomorrow you want. Which is true. Many of us, though, we spend today hung up on the past and arguing over what was or what might have been. You know, we're hurt by what might have been or we imagined we should have had. And so we can lose a lot of today's, overcome from the past. And so what I've learned through experience, and the topic of today is victory through surrender. Surrender. What a concept. To stop fighting. To accept. See, it all comes down to language. The language, the words, they can control us, they can consume us, being in our thoughts, in our imaginations. Our minds, man, this technology that God, tell you what, brothers and sisters here, let's do a practice of surrender together, just very briefly. Pay attention if you're mobile, but I mean, use your judgment. Mentally, surrender to this moment with me, this moment right here. And then surrender, that means to accept this moment right here, very deeply. This one here. And that means surrendering away all the past disagreements, all the past problems, all the past schedules, all the past opinions, all the past worries, all the past dreams. Surrender to this moment. This becomes still with this new moment. Because each moment is brand new. And we can accept when we stop fighting in our minds, our opinions and judgment. That's what wants us to stop. Our opinions and our judgment are what prevents us from just accepting what life has brought forth. Our opinions and our judgment are what bring forth a lot of regret and hate and all sorts of just bitterness and toxicity that I used to carry around. And I see a lot of people trying to share around some toxicity and some bitterness. And it's like, holy cows, man, guys, you're confused. I have been learning this more and more, and it makes sense to me given the progression of my life. One of the things I used to judge Christians for was this helpless and hopeless mindset. And I still think many Christians take that, twist those words a little bit to make excuses for themselves and create themselves into these hopeless, helpless beings who are just, praise God. That helpless and hopeless include without God, okay? I assure you, those words are accurate. You got to figure out what that word God means to you, though. And then figure out your relationship with that God. So this life we're experiencing, golly geez, it can be explained in so many different perspectives. It's just so magnificent. It's almost untrue, too perfect to be true. Reality, I mean, the way that physics is always this way and math is always that way and words always. Well, I won't go into words. But brothers and sisters, this life we are living, we got to face the facts, okay? We got to surrender to the facts. Let's surrender to the moment today and wake up. When I say wake up, I mean open our minds to greater perspectives beyond just our own worries, our own problems, our own concerns. Not to bring in the burdens, not to carry the pain, not to do any of that, but for the purposes of finding peace within. Because within the moments of peace, when we live, right, we go through life and we all have our ups and downs together. But right now, there's a lot of wars, and this is just insane. The crap that is being perpetrated and funded continuously without discussion of peace. I'm laughing so I do not cry. When we can set inside our minds, within our hearts, that peace is a goal, start with yourself. The way to achieve peace within yourself is to end your conflicts. Resolve the disagreements you've chosen. Not every disagreement matters. Not every argument is worthy of a battle, right? Sometimes what happens, I think, is we get so caught up in our memories and our imaginations, then we get in these habits and these ruts of memory and imaginations. And then what happens, I think we end up in fights and then normalize fighting. Forget why even you're fighting. Forget why we're doing what we're doing. It's like, well, it can be explained. That book I gave a presentation on long ago, Outwitting the Devil, it talks about that the devil's tool is the drift. It's where we start allowing our mind to distract us from truth and from love. When we start missing the honesty, and when we start missing, well, we start drifting our awareness away from this moment and every moment. We get caught up in our head about the news we heard, about, the gossip, or maybe what someone actually did in our lives. But we get so caught up in these memories of information that we're not paying attention to what's going on. And that's where the drift starts to occur. Because as we're not paying attention, we'll make mistakes and then we'll make excuses telling lies. Next thing you know, man, you're doing all sorts of stupid stuff, all because you chose to think your opinions were more important than reality. You thought the past was more important than the future or today. I know this is making sense within me. I don't know how well I'm communicating these things, but I am here. I'll share clearly what I am. Yes, Yolanda, there are a lot of authentic moments on these panels. This is what I've been seeing. I'm going to come back to that, but and Queen of Swords, blessing. I hope everyone had a good day, a great day. I hope everyone found some blessings. And if you have not yet found blessings in your day, I want you to please intentionally look for some. Find something to be grateful for today, especially if you've gotten some bad news. there's a lot of emotions going on around here, and the authentic moments in these panels, it really is, it's a combination. Well, it's praise God. This is the show of humanity on this metaverse. It's like another layer of of illusion, separation. And so there's a lot of characters who are living as characters, participating in real life drama that's publicly shared in these Zoom calls. And I've allowed myself to get caught up in the drama myself. That's where the evidence of angry cot came from. I know my past. There have been some authentic insane asylum moments. You know, I've discussed this with a couple of people. There are some stories, and you know what? There are some gems of wisdom. Not only is there some comedic, just oh my goodness, some amazing stories that have been shared and developed between some of the personalities here on YouTube, in social media, at least in this, this little pond of creators I've found myself amongst. Life brings us some amazing opportunities. Every day is an amazing opportunity when you really stop to think about it, when you really stop to consider it. Every day, we wake up thinking we know where it's going to go. We know what's going to happen. We know who's going to say what. We even know what they're going to do, right? You know what? Nobody knows shit. It's hilarious, man. And I used to think I was so damn important in the past. I really did. Where was it? There but for the grace of God go I. Amen. There's a story, I don't remember it clearly, but in the book Autobiography of a Yogi, Yogananda talks about an experience he had where his consciousness in a meditative state was taken from him into the being and form of another man, actually in combat. And so through that description, it really truly is. It is by the grace of God we are as we are, who we are as the day is each day. It is by the grace of powers that we take for granted, man. I'm speaking we as a human being of modern world here today. We take so much for granted. We overlook so many opportunities. I'm speaking from experience. I know that I used to do that quite a bit. Oh, hey, I actually saw a little bit. Maybe that's what maybe that's what I was highlighting, but I'm glad there was some compassion offered. I saw a little bit of that exchange, and my heart felt for that lady. RT. Excuse me. Nobody really knows shit. That's what I figured out. But yet, at the same time, the paradox is we each have all of the truth within us. It's just a matter of recognizing, revealing, and being reminded of our access to that which is true. My prayers are for many. There are many people who are dealing with a lot of questioning. We each learn through our different paths, right, of gaining and learning these different things. And we don't all learn the same things. I'm not saying that, but I do know there's a lot of people who are processing processing a lot of new information, or perhaps new perspectives on old information. See, in these different ways of looking things, man, the mind can get into confusion, and I understand the desperation. I do understand the desperation, the feeling to be, the need to be heard or seen. But brothers and sisters, when we feel those needs to be heard and seen, recognize it is you who's got to see you, regardless of what the rest of the world does or shows you. At least for your moments, you got to see yourself. Here's a He knows how to shine. Welcome, my brother.
I love that, Jack, what you said. Nobody knows shit, but many people think they're the king of it. That's for sure.
My mind took that, man. Right? I see God as knowledge, and so we receive a little bit of knowledge and we stack it up, but then there's people who place themselves as king shit, and they disrespect the knowledge they've received. Sorry, my mind just takes off sometimes.
Shit, let's go. We love it. We want to hear the mind of Jack Talcott.
No, blessing. How's your day? I saw you already had at least one interview today. Did you have more?
No, just we try to do only one a day. When we went to Mexico, then we had to reschedule that week, so we had to book other ones, or if ones are really important. But we were doing, when we started, 3 interviews a day, 2 interviews, 5, 8. And now we're just kind of doing hopefully one. But the interview that we did do was with a doctor that's become a friend of mine. Through the missing link. Went for 4.5 hours, and the first 3.5 hours he was talking about his alternative technology patents that he's been granted. So taking this machine, I guess, and using the gravity of water, putting it deep down, like a 500, 1,000 feet into either the ocean or into a lake, and then using the natural cooling system of the water, and then the pressure of the water coming down on it to use this energy. So it's like really fascinating to be able to have this clean energy technology. And then also he's created, because he was so sick for 47 years of his life, bronchial infections and asthma and diabetes and all this kind of stuff. So when this stuff started happening at the beginning of the 3 years. 3 years ago, he almost died, right? So he created this. He knows that allicin, which is the compound in garlic, when you eat it, you only get about 4% of it, and it actually, when you eat it, it doesn't get into really your bloodstream because of the stomach acid. So he's created a product where you can vape the garlic and it goes directly into your lungs, coats your lungs. Not only does it help anyone with bronchial infections, with asthma and all that, but he believes it protects you from any of these external things because you've already put this coat of garlic onto your lungs. So just definitely fascinating stuff.
This is the same guy that did that?
Same guy that's got
I
the
followed that right?
Yeah, same guy. So we did a 4.5-hour interview that we just didn't finish. I'm just uploading and stuff like that, uploading and doing that right now.
Dude, there are some amazing people in this generation, this current time. There are so many amazing people, incredible discoveries being made, being shared. And I truly do. Well, I know my purpose. Our purpose is the same. We're here to learn and to share what we've learned. We're here to encourage and inspire each other to grow into greater things. Each of us started off with different blessings, different challenges, different handicaps. We're all here to grow, though. And we're not here to focus on what's not important. What is not important, brothers and sisters, what is not important, is violence, is wars, is conflicts, right? When we're living with conflicts in our head, disagreements, these patterns of revenge, and the reason I'm addressing this is I heard this topic discussed elsewhere. A beautiful reminder about, the news of what's going on in the world between all the different individual identities, between the Israel conflict, the Russia-Ukraine, between all of these things. It's real easy for people to get caught up in this pick a side. And all of our picking of sides has led to patterns of conflicts and disagreements. Next thing you know, everyone's running around character assassinations. Hey, good to see you, Margot Davy. God bless you. Praise God, man. God is so amazing, so divine. And when I say God, I'm talking about that which brings forth this day, this moment, this time that we live. Praise the God of time that brought us all to here. Yeah. I don't know what oh, amen. We are all blessed. Sorry, go ahead, Jesse.
I was just going to say, what's your topic today?
Victory through surrender. The idea of surrendering to the option of peace, surrendering to the benefit of resolve, the benefit of disagree, or the benefit of agreement. And surrender is something that I am a stubborn man, and I keep learning. I keep growing in levels of surrender to God, to that which is real, to surrender to this moment, and patience.
What kind of advice would you give someone that is living in that surrender moment, but it just seems like one thing is piling up after another, no good vibrations, everything is just stacking up against them. They just surrendering, but it seems like nothing is, working out into their favor.
That is a beautiful question. So I would receive that experience as a challenge to really test your ability to find blessings. It's an opportunity to perhaps change perspective. And sometimes new ideas are what are needed to bring a change in perspective. But even with that, with the efforts to try and change perspective, the efforts to try and change different actions, to really try and change, and yet nothing works. Hello, that's me. When the solution's discovered, I'll share it. But in the meantime, guys, just fucking let it go, man.
What about if nothing is working in that person's favor? Could it maybe be something internal that needs to be kind of, maybe clicked a little bit in order? Because if they're constantly getting the same results, could it maybe be not the external, but the internal that needs a little bit of tweaking?
That is a very real possibility, but the only one to know that is within. And I would rate, as long as we're honest, I would rate the inner feelings more than the exterior results, because that's what I've been doing.
And with that internal, if you fix the inside, if you make yourself happy on the inside, no matter what kind of chaos, whatever is coming on the outside, then you're able to deal with it without letting it, bring you down, because you've already put yourself in that place of peace. And then you can flow through whatever shitstorm comes the best you can.
That's the idea. That is the idea of allowing yourself, at least, self-care. There's a lot of things that connect to a lot of things, right? But if you follow logic, it's a simple course of progression. By nature, everything in nature, it's got a purpose. It plays a part in the process of growth and regrowth and decay. And that's like us. So we all do have a purpose. Crap.
I like crisp cut fries.
Our purpose is to grow.
Do you, Jack?
What's that? Crisp cut fries?
Yeah, crisp cut fries. Have you ever?
Snafu, I love you so much, man. You are
That's all I got for you today.
You are such a lovable guy, but golly geez. And
golly geez, so you're gonna hate on crisp cut fries? Don't hate. I'm telling you, try them out. That's all I got for you today. Love, man.
Love me some fries. I do. Hey, we're lucky. Think about all the foods we get to eat. All the amazing things we eat. Someone else figured out we could eat it. Someone else figured out how to prepare it. I was thinking about that earlier with something I was eating. Some sort of, I don't know.
Did Snafu leave?
Yes.
Okay, I was going to give him my email address if he wanted to be interviewed. He'd be definitely an interesting interview, that's for sure. Yes,
he would. Snafu, he's got he's got an amazing heart. I've felt his heart, but his mind shows patterns of confusion. Telling his story might be helpful for him and, for what he's got to share.
Getting it out in a structured, way, because I look to be able to flow through that with people, get the best out of them, and then he'll have that, as something that he can go to or send people to if they're interested in knowing more about him and stuff, right?
Yes. And you do a great job of drawing it out. You really do. I enjoy especially when I have time, I really do enjoy catching your stuff. Hey, the idea, there's a lot of division in this age that we're living in, and I think it is signs of a shift. Perhaps what the prophecies have shown, and as I understand, conflicts fall in line with the prophecy, but I really think we are here to bring peace to this world. It starts with each of us finding that will within us. And peace is our natural. That was one of the things. I didn't write it down. What do you gain through surrender? If you're engaged in a conflict, what is the benefit? What is gained by surrender? It takes a lot of energy to fight. It takes a lot of energy to remember all the details of the scoreboard, who did what time with this. There is a time for us to stand up perhaps forcefully on what is right. But this human competition, humanity has been run like a business. Can you see it that way? The world leaders and the generals, they tell themselves in the safety of their administrative boardrooms, well, it's just war. I mean, yeah, we're going to lose some casualties, but that's the cost of war. And we're going to lay off a bunch of people. They're going to lose their retirement as well. It's just cost of business. It's this stupid game that everyone's been playing along with.
You're right. The business, it's literally corporations. It's not countries anymore. And, it's become a business, and people are, they're the useless eaters to them in this business, useless casualties, instead of respecting and honoring that everybody is a child of God with divine divinity in them. And that's no longer, and that's what they've done with this disconnection to source creator, that people look at others as not that divine, even though they could be a little off course, or, maybe a little in their craziness. It's for a lot of people, they'll look towards others as just that crazy, opposed to someone being divine that, is just been led through this crazy, clown world that, is like the Twilight Zone. But, we are all have that divinity inside of us. And when people start to respect that, when people start to connect back to source creator truly, not just in words, but have that true connection, then they look at everyone around as that true divine being that they are.
If I understood right what you were saying, we've lost connection to each other. Right?
Connection to source creator, which it's easy to lose that connection with others, because if you don't truly have that divine connection, then you look at someone else as that broken person instead of someone that's divine, that's, maybe caught up in a broken world.
Yes. Sorry, Jesse, I got to admit,
I know as I'm talking, your mind is going to the chat and seeing, so I got it. I'm very perceptive.
Hey, I love you. Thank you. And you know what? There is a broadcasting talent there in the chat who I do admire. Paul, even though I've been advised to part ways from you, you are welcome to join. Until you show that you're not. You're welcome to join. So, and any others. And what caught my eye was it looks like I did successfully upload another emoji. So I got a couple of emojis in there for the members in the YouTube chat.
It's amazing how you guys function in your dysfunction.
It really kind of is. But you know, que sera, sera, so they say. Life is what it is. Here's actually, you know what? This is part of the lesson, part of the life lesson. Brothers and sisters, okay, so you don't like what happened in the past. So what? Fucking get over it, right? Yes, some of the past is painful. Yes, some of the lessons bring, like, you know, lifelong evidence. But brothers and sisters, when we can let go of the conflict, when we can surrender ourselves from the need to be right, that need to be right, that need to have closure, that need to be victorious, it's all imagined.
And that need to be right sometimes is that need to not be wrong, right? So, you know, there's people, you know, because not everybody wants to be right, but there's a lot of people that are in that dysfunction that just never can be wrong, that can never admit, you know, that they fucked up, that can never admit that it was their fault, and then doesn't, you know, and it looks a little different than the need to be right, but it kind of comes with that same dysfunction.
You're absolutely right. It comes from, in my view and experience, that need to not be wrong comes from a fear of punishment. It's probably memories of the past were kind of painful when someone was wrong, you know, and with that, man, I spent a lot of mental and emotional energy trying to make sure I wasn't wrong. And I knew all the details so I could prove that I was right. I was prepared for battle constantly. That's not how we're supposed to be. We can live that way. You can. And a lot of guys, they say that's the way we should be. Got to be prepared for battle every moment. Oh, man. We can enjoy our time with the women and the children, allowing them to feel safe and to grow fully in our presence naturally, like they want to, instead of objectifying the women, treating women and kids like property, fighting each other over them. And man, that's what humanity has come to. I'm glad we're here, Jesse. This thought just came to me. Praise God. I am so grateful that men like you and me are here today on earth to help this world greater understand life and love and health, prosperity, purpose, meaning, opportunities.
A lot of people can function in their dysfunction. People can excel dysfunctionally, but is that the true essence of who they are? Is that where there's meant to be? Is that, you know, proper flowing, you know, in this, you know, symbiotically with nature and everything around? You know, we are living in a dysfunctional world, so to have people, you know, actually, you know, flowing in their essence, you know, that's a rare anomaly. But I think more and more people are doing that inner work and finding out who they are, and then finding out that, you know, trying to be you in a dysfunctional world comes with a lot of, you know, like dysfunction in itself. But it's not you that's now dysfunctional, it's the world that's dysfunctional, and you're just trying to find your place in that dysfunction.
Yes, absolutely. What the other side to that, though, is I see some people place themselves in a position of superiority, They blame everyone else. And I know I present this image. I know that I do present this image of saying, no, it's everybody else but me. I claim no superiority over anyone. I am humbly here to serve and offer what I hope to be. Actually, with Jesse here, we are doing as intended, creating space and having enlightening, encouraging conversations for others to tune into. Hopefully enjoy. Hey, I keep hearing this, Sterling. I keep hearing this, and I understand that that is a truth. Each of us have to find our own rock bottom before we typically choose to surrender to a power greater than ourselves. I've admitted, if I may, I've admitted my rock bottom was pretty high. But I also think that with encouragement, a little, check in with somebody, you see them heading towards the cliff and you check in kindly and say, hey, this could go that way, or we could go this way. Were you going to pop in, Joseph?
Yeah, and I don't think it always has to be people hit rock bottom. It just has to have some kind of epiphany, right? Because not everyone hits that rock bottom in order to connect to that source, to connect to that creation. There's, usually a pivotal moment, but it doesn't have to be that person hitting that rock bottom in order to find that, connection, to that power.
Yes, thank you, Jesse. You're right. The inspiration doesn't always have to come from pain. It can just be learning new ideas. It can actually be a voice of encouragement from a stranger, right? Any little thing can transform someone's life. I've been learning that. What are your thoughts for today, brother?
My thoughts. What's the subject today?
Victory through surrender.
Victory through surrender. Well, surrender is quite the concept in itself, because most people, especially strong personality people, have a hard time surrendering. And finding that victory through surrender is definitely one of those euphoric moments, I guess you can say it, because especially for people that are very strong-headed, they'll never know that feeling. People that don't have that empathy inside of them can't really even comprehend the concept of it. And then when others talk about it or achieve it or attain it, it's something that's even hard for people to even relate to if they can't find that within themselves.
People create limits for ourselves. That's what I've learned from experience and observation. So liberator of self, belief in a higher power can be a downfall, because beliefs are not truths. However, without belief, you will not consider it won't be true to you. It would be rejected. So belief is the path towards knowing. That's why we got to start being cautious. Pay attention to what thoughts we want and choose carefully what you accept to be true.
And knowing that
you believe. I'm sorry. Accept what you believe. Sorry. Go ahead, Jesse.
Please finish. I didn't hear what you were saying.
I misspoke. Choose carefully what you believe, because what you believe leads to what you will find to be true. We kind of create what we believe.
Yeah, it's what you I guess with what that last person said is, belief in that creator, right? So not knowing, and knowing that power starts within you, right? That's where that connection is. That's the kingdom of God is within you. Finding out the true power that resides, it doesn't come from some external source. It comes from inside of you. And every single one of us has that power, that center, that, that power station that powers us, which connects to every other divine being, which flows in this God experiencing itself through each and every single one of us.
That is what I have learned to know, right? As Sophia's saying, and you're speaking with experience, with a knowing. Angeli, we're here to enjoy the challenge, enjoy the journey. And the journey is for us each day. It's not a distance we travel. It's not how much our bank account swells or, the notches on the bed frame. It's enjoying the journey, becoming one with the experience of life that's revealed through us all each day. Man, I do want to sincerely thank all of you. Jesse, I appreciate you up here, and I am learning and growing in this chat and panel stuff. I'm not very good at it yet. But honestly, I don't know that I want to be. I don't want to be good at some things because I'd rather have a team of people, right? Working together, growing.
Everybody excels differently as well, right? Like my mind, I can do a whole bunch of different things. I'm uploading, I'm chatting, I'm texting Angeline, I'm chatting with you. I've got things, I've always been able to do a lot of different things at the same time, but not everybody can do that. Some people have to focus. Like if you're in the chat, having a hard time. I can hear different things and listen to Hawk chew on his bone. And I've got all that stuff and it doesn't, bother me, all these different directions, but that's not everybody. And I can't expect that, to expect that everybody is the same as me. And I think that's sometimes people where some disconnect happens is because you think this way, because you are this way. You think if someone isn't like you or is different or can't have those same skills, then all of a sudden they're less than you because, they're not the same or don't have that same as you. And I think that's part of the disconnect.
Amen. This belief that because I think this way, you must, or they must have known. Hey, welcome, Yolanda. Peace for the chat. Blessings. Amen.
I thank you, Jack, for letting me up. I wanted to let you guys all know that it has been a fucking wild ride with all of you guys for a year. And I have to level up and start participating with you guys because I'm getting tired of being labeled a keyboard warrior, okay? I'm with you though, Jack. I'm a piece for the panels, piece for the chat because this whole dynamic, it's getting a little exhausting and I don't know what to do anymore.
Oh, I love that. I love that. It's sister, right? Is sister appropriate?
No, actually, I'm a Latina. So Cynthia and I are Latinas. Is that what you mean?
I was referring to gender, but I
just
get it.
Oh, yes. Yeah, because some people think that the color of my skin is of other ethnicities on other panels. So that's why I thought you were coming from. My apologies.
No, hey, blessings. I just didn't want to misgender I didn't want to
It can be
assume.
confusing, yes, and my avatar is may also make it a little confusing.
No, it's not confusing. I guess it's maybe my own insecurity, fear of being wrong. But whatever. Hey, welcome and thank you. It has been an interesting adventure over this past year, and blessings. Thank you for being here. I loved what you said, though. I don't know what to do.
I really don't. I mean, you guys, all of your panels are so interesting. Okay.
They are.
Everybody brings so much to the table. And I can get all the hate. I don't see the chat right now, so you guys can warn me. But my two favorites right now are Snafu and Tommy. Okay. These were guys I would never think 8 months ago that I would be a fan of, because your story is part of what introduced me to all of these characters a year ago. So you don't know me, but I feel like I know you because I've been following you since We Awake TV and your story. So it's been a doozy, Jack.
It's been an adventure, and thank you for paying attention.
Well, you're welcome. I mean, all of you guys. Now I'm going to have to start following Jesse because he's an extension, and Angeline. It's really even fun to watch their interactions together on this meta adventure. So, sometimes I hear the conversations happening, particularly with the Bex Factor, because she's become a new favorite of mine as well. Is that we're all addicted to each other in the chat and on these panels. So, we're always talking about, I'm addicted to food, I'm addicted to drugs, I'm addicted to alcohol, the internet, whatever the fuck it is, we're all addicted. We're all looking for information. And I also heard Beck say, how much longer can we be looking for information to the point where it becomes we're looking for camaraderie and friendship?
I think all of us, whether we recognize it or not, we are looking for something, right? Most of us, we are looking for community. Where do we fit in? This world is nuts. And one of the things that I think is pretty common about those who have been paying attention to this is maybe we've realized we're not quite cut like, the ways of thinking of us are not quite the same as everybody else, the mainstream. So part of it I have observed could accurately be called trauma bonding. Men and women getting together to complain and gossip together to make each other feel better about their misery that they're all sharing. I've done that myself.
I agree with that 100%. I'm starting to think that it's not just being truth seekers, but it's just seekers, right? We're all looking for something. I agree with you.
Thank you. Yes, you're seeing the good. Blessings, your pure heart.
I don't know about pure heart because I'm not going to lie. I participated in the BS this year. So I've been back and forth. I had to get a passport so I could start going back and forth from Talcott to Enslavia. But I got, sometimes I get stuck at the border and they don't let me have access.
I understand. Does that happen here too? I know there's a lot of stuff in the chat and I don't.
Oh, we all do it. It's on every panel. It could be about flat earth. It could be about when I'm watching the Aboriginal community, it could be about rights, freedoms, and whatever it is. There's always something going on panel or in chat. They're completely two different worlds.
It's like,
for your safety, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Right. Well, that is Paul. I think the love for Paul that I have, I think the love that Paul and I share for each other is obvious. What's going to happen in the future, God only knows, man. But
Well, Jack, can I say I think we're all tired of the looping, right? A lot of us chatters down there don't like to see popular shows have difficulties with the communication. You know, we're all yelling at you guys, listen to this, listen to what I got to say. We can solve all your problems, you know, because we all want to be participated in the BS. So, you guys are doing a good job, and I think you guys are turning a new page. You know, Tommy says his season 4, I'm not going to take it, but I think everybody's ready for a new season.
Hey, Yolanda, thank you for bringing that back to there too. I meant to Tommy and Snafu. Those two are amazing, wonderful characters. But holy cows, trying to actually, I don't like the word engage, but it is engage their attention for a conversation. Holy cows, man.
Yes, we all get excited when, you know, we all want to be heard, and then it becomes static, and all you can see is when everybody wants to clash, but we just get so excited when we've got something to contribute. You know, it's a good, I've seen a lot of these panelists evolve this year to having better etiquette with one another while they're on panel, including myself.
Thank you. I've grown as well. I know I have. And this is where part of my life lessons have been documented and recorded evidence on this channel of some of the adventures and things I've been learning. Life brings us people. It's really easy. Emotions, man, you get the emotional attachment that's beyond what our mind can comprehend. I think there's a divine order. I'm sorry, I'm not making sense, but I'm trying to come back to a couple of points you made, Yolanda, too, is we're all living all these different lives, so many different personalities, so many different characters. In many ways, we're living in different realities. And that's why there's so much confusion between us all.
Can you imagine what's going to happen when the bashing each other stops and then people start working together? Like how we'd like the world to start working, and how productive the conversations, the interactions, and how much benefit people will get once that happens?
Brother, I have spent a lot of time. I imagine, well, here's where I'm at. Humility, victory through surrender, the title. Surrender to the all that is. And what really is we are coexisting in an asylum where everyone has huge egos, all these selfish and not always selfish, but everyone seems to have their own priorities and their own own directions. But if we can join each other in the present, today, or at any time, when we come together with the purpose of resolving disagreements, of moving into the future, and that's something we can all do when we've got disagreements. We can come to a point where we recognize, I'm done fighting. I've got better things to do. So we can try and resolve. What can we do for the future that's different? I think you were going to pop in. Feel free, Yolanda.
You know, I agree. I think that a lot of us have felt like we've been in such a battle every single day with our own life circumstances, and then it transfers over onto the meta. But we all are here supporting one another, whether we like it or not, because we all see each other in the same places. And I see so many patterns of these same individuals that come on the panels of their issues, and you guys trying to help them resolve it, but they don't see it. It's a very fascinating thing to watch and to participate in. Like for you and Paul, you guys are truly a great dynamic together, whether people like it or not. Whether you were first here or you were first there, it doesn't fucking matter anymore. Okay, you guys are great together, and the insane asylum, when they come in and you guys have to disperse and figure out who to lock up first, you guys are doing a great job with it.
Blessings to you. Thank you. Hey, Paul, I want to address that comment, man. Let's not take the words out of context. I surrender. You are the stronger man, brother. Your will is powerful. I agree. We've got better things to do. What I want to encourage you to consider, please, not just Paul, I want all of you listening and in your own way, consider. If I surrendered to opportunities, what might be discovered? Paul, what I'm suggesting is stop counting so much on the fact that you know so much. You do know a lot, but don't let it hold you back from being humble, being able to discover greater futures than what you first learned of. We're all living our own paths. We've each learned of different possibilities, different ways of explaining things, and different ways of doing things. I do think there's something magical here. Go ahead, Jesse.
You're in good company. Have a great evening. I was just like on a big long live or whatever, so I'm good. Got a few things to do, hang out with my girl and family. So y'all have a great night. Sending blessings to y'all, and we'll see you next time we see you.
Blessings to you, Jesse and Angeline. Looking forward to when you guys are on panel next time. So much joy. Thank you.
Thank you. May the source be with y'all.
Blessings, Jesse. Thank you for joining. And Tarek, are you there, man? You've been quiet. Patient, perhaps. I don't know. I do believe there is something amazing happening. Now, my prayer today, I know how this can sound, and I debated whether bringing this out today, but whatever it is. My wonder today, I spent a lot of time wondering. I wonder what they're doing. I wonder what I can do. I wonder what needs to be done. Today I'm wondering, I wonder what God is going to do, man.
God's alive, Jack. God is alive.
Through you and me and all things, God is now.
God's always alive, Jack.
Amen. Amen. Hey, there you go. You're right. I misspoke. God is eternal. We are only right now. So now is when we get to know God or anything.
That's right. You preach that shit, Jack. Go for it, man.
Yolanda, I got a question for you. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt.
Yes,
I gave
sir.
you were so heartwarming with today's message when you came on, Paul, when Jen was struggling with that situation. And I myself as an addict was hurt. I was feeling it and it was bothering me. And some people were laughing, thought whatever. But my question to you is, this is what confuses me with some people. And I'm not judging you at all, because if I judge you, I'd be judging myself. When you say like Snafu and Tommy are like somebody I'm assuming you look up to, or I didn't get that earlier today when you said that. What does that mean?
Oh, okay. Let me break it down for you because I didn't say that at all. I've been watching all of these guys for a year. And so I go through my seasons with them as well. And Snafu and Tommy are were my favorites right now because they are consistently the same on every panel they go on. It doesn't matter whose it is. They don't pick sides. They are Snafu and they are Tommy. In comparison to a lot of other people that I could say have been on panel that do cupcake back and forth from kingdom to kingdom. That's what I meant by that. Snafu and Tommy have an integrity within the meta that a lot of us do not. Like, these guys are on a different level than a lot of us are. They know the ins and outs of all of this meta shit.
All right, we'll take the premise for a second. So do you think they're honorable men, or you think they're doing good every day on their daily life to improve and may grow and active, boots on the ground and all that, or no?
I think that that's kind of a loaded question because I can't prove that any single person is more honorable than the other because this is a metaversal exchange. So those, like, I want to say, for instance, is it Freedom Homes? Freedom Grower? Okay, yeah. Like, he shows what he does on the ground with his stuff. Nubs cams up. No. You can see that what Nubs does. So I can't say that Tommy is not an honorable person or Snafu because I don't see that metaversal eye candy that I would need to make such a statement about them.
I understand. So this is where I totally disagree with you, and it's only my opinion. Tommy and Timmy and Cupcake Snafu, they are like the worst out of the worst for cupcaking. And if you remember today, I mean, Snafu was laughing at the girl and asking her personal questions if she had friends when the lady was struggling. So how do you discern saying they are, doing great and they're honorable, and Snafu today was laughing at the lady?
Hey, can I take this one, Jack? Do you mind if I respond? So I think that this is almost like the circumstance that happened yesterday, which is why I jumped on Jack's panel yesterday, is the misunderstanding between Tommy and London Man. Okay. And Tommy called me an ignorant bitch because I didn't know how to read. And when he read it, it was a different message in comparison to what I think a lot of people were reading because of what they've already said about what Tommy is and what they claim that he is. Okay. So what happened earlier in our exchange is that I've seen Snafu's character enough to see that he wasn't being an asshole when he first got on there. He was coming from a place like, okay, girl, where's your friends? Why don't you give them a call? Which is, to me, saying you don't need to be on here in this state. Okay, like you need to get off of here. We also do know that Snafu finds humor in every fucking thing that comes on here. It doesn't matter what the subject is. So I did not take Tommy, or I keep saying Tommy, Snafu. I did not hear Snafu being a dick about it until later on, which was already the fuckery that happens on panel to begin with. The show moves on. That's how I saw it.
All right, I yield. Thank you. And I'm sure Paul will have his input on that one.
I just think it's more proof of how disheartening this simulation can be for folks who are conscious and aware. You'll have women like this who literally just complimented me in chat, said it was a great interaction over there, and then proceed to go on to say two of their favorite people are Snafu Snaps and Illuma Tommy. Do I even need to comment at this point?
They're lovable.
Well, I would actually like to respond to that. I see what you're saying, and I'm not going to take the bait and make myself get upset about it, because then why do you have Tommy and Snafu on your panel
as an exhibition?
All the time?
As an exhibit?
Okay. Exactly. So I see them as the exhibit. They're fucking hilarious. That's what I mean. I'm not saying I like them and what their message is. I never ever said that. I think that they're entertaining characters in the simulation. You said they were honorable. You used that word. I did not.
No, you said it earlier. You said they're honorable. You can rewind it back if you want.
In chat, I told Snafu that I thought it was honorable because I could tell in the beginning he wasn't being an asshole. That is what I said. You're putting words into my mouth I never said. I never directly said that they were honorable men because of these particular reasons. You're
right.
asking
The point
me to
is, if you
generalize something
understand,
that I can't.
If you understand what their motivation is, it's to be redeemed or get attention, and you just gave them exactly what they've been looking for a year and a half. To be named in this group as redeemable, or folks who need folks' attention, right? Because again, as the man asked, what do they do day to day in life and on the ground? And the answer is nothing. So
then you must have information about these men's lives that I do not. I've never seen Tommy or Snafu on their land.
Because they don't have land. They live in condo rent appropriated hovels.
But you're asking me to take on your perception of these men.
I'm not asking you to take on my perception. I'm asking you to develop your own discernment to be able to see right through people's antics online.
Well, I'm seeing a double speak happening right now. I'm not taking the bait.
I'm not sure what the double speak is.
Well, you're trying to ensure that your opinion is being shared. You're not willing to accept that in the explanation she offered that her words were truthful, that they are.
When did I say that she was?
Consistent?
So I'm not allowed my own perspective on her perspective on their perspective.
It doesn't matter.
I'm okay with it. No, I'm okay with it because Paul's going to have a perspective on every single person that comes on panel. So that's okay. I'm fine with that. I'm not, I appreciate what you're saying, Paul, because there are, I want to say 98% of the time, they're dicks. I agree with that. Okay. I'm not saying that I can make a diagnosis of who is more honorable and who's not, because I see these guys everywhere that I'm at. So I see so many different sides of all of the panelists all of the time. And I think that for you, you get a lot out of these characters that we need to see, that we need to fix as a society together. And if we can't figure out how to do it in the meta, how the fuck are we going to do it on the ground?
And that's my point is it shouldn't be this much of a reach to go, if you see people everywhere all the time and you have no evidence of anything they do on the ground or in life, that should tell you everything you need to know, usually.
Well, it depends on what do you think you need to know. I mean, we see so much
somebody's character as a man or woman away from the screen.
You're interrupted, but we see so much time spent on gossiping about our opinions of other people's character because they don't meet the standards of what we need them to be. It's bullshit, dude. It's egoic nonsense, Paul.
I never contended it was what I needed others to be. I said I've apprehended an understanding of what men need to be, and I've shot for that.
Paul, you're right. You can always
so we all have the same standard as far as I'm concerned.
Well, so you say.
So I say, I know, and others won't embody.
You don't practice that way. You can say it all you want, but you don't practice that.
You see how you're getting in conflict with me already? You're claiming to be a peaceful, loving man away from the screen, but we can never have an interaction without you getting angry,
you're doing great, bud.
And controlling and bitter.
Great. It's all right.
I'm about to separate you, Paul.
Separate me from who?
From me.
Nah, he's
from my
you
purpose.
Guys.
Right, and that's why before when you asked me to come up, I chose not to because you can't. Hey, you can't control yourself.
Actually, you know what? Let me disengage. Praise be.
There you go. Disengage because this is just going to get worse than what it needed to be because we all hear your message, Paul.
Right. Instead of worrying about controlling me and getting reactive, how about you control Tarek's horrible feedback and microphone?
Yes.
Because you're hosting a broadcast.
I know. Thank you, Paul.
So again, Paul, I don't think anybody's here to try to discourage you or to disappoint you or to upset you. We're all just participating in another panel on another subject. We all respect your integrity.
I don't, ma'am, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for a deferment necessarily to my perspective. I'm not looking for folks to love me more, respect me more. I'm simply speaking on what my perspective and experience is. For me, I'll speak for me. That's all I could speak for. At times, it's disheartening to see and hear certain things in certain places. Now, that just might be a me issue. I'm okay with that.
No, my heart has been saddened by some of the many things I've heard you say, and you've encouraged others to say and do with me. I understand exactly what you're saying, Paul. That frustration and disappointment, it's real.
I guess the difference is what we do with it, like most things.
Amen. Praise be. I'm learning not to carry shit from the past and have the past really, cause me a lot of bitterness today, because I know what I do and feel today, especially what I feel today. What I feel today is going to direct my thoughts, what my mind tunes into. And through those thoughts, that's going to decide, what am I going to do today? What am I going to accomplish? And what is that going to lead me to in the future? So I don't want to feel bad today because of crap that's happened in the past. I accept Paul, Snafu, Tommy, Flo, everyone for who they are, how they are. And I'm grateful that they are.
Can I respond to Toilet Bowl Earth's comment in chat? Do you mind if I do that?
Please.
Okay.
Please
I'll read
do.
it out loud for you, Jack. There
This
we
one?
go. Thank you. Yes.
Eric with the
Thank
feedback.
you.
Yeah.
Okay. So can you just give me a little break here? I mean, I'm a woman. My perspective is going to be different. The women are used to the men having the panel all the time. So it doesn't matter what I do. I'm never going to have a good opinion to some of these people because I am a woman. And the same goes for the men. I mean, it's a back and forth thing. We're never going to be one person be more correct than the other because they were a man or because they were a woman. And yes, I guess I can't help it. I have a feminine energy about myself because I truly am a cisgendered woman. I don't know how else to respond to that. And actually, Paul has checked my ass before. Okay. In the very beginning on my meta exchange a year ago, and he called me a bitch, he called me a hoe, and he called me the Jezebel spirit.
Wow.
And I had to really fucking think about that because I'm not thinking about my energy up here and how it would respond to a man. So when he said it, I thought, what a whole fucking asshole. And then I had to sit back for a second and go, well, I guess if a man is telling me I'm acting like a hoe to him, then maybe I need to reevaluate how I am communicating with them because maybe I did have a little Jezebel spirit. I don't
just
fucking
to
know.
be clear, the terminology hoe is not reserved for the female gender specifically, right? I pass that around, willingly.
I've learned that in the year, yes. But at the time when I first got called a hoe by you, I had never been called a hoe. No, I'm not even fucking kidding. I've never had anybody call me a hoe before. So
I mean, I don't know the specifics of that interaction, but it seems like for whatever it's worth, as unorthodox as my approach is, there was something that you gained from it in the sense of looking at yourself and how you appear to a man and how your energy and presentment can influence the dynamic very subtly.
You fucking taught me the difference between a bitch, a hoe, and a Jezebel. All of you men have taught me that lesson on these panels, okay?
And a woman. Can we get a woman in there? Can we get the actual empowered woman, like the empowered man who has the awareness of self and others?
Yes, because we are all one, right, Paul?
Well, yeah, on the highest level. And then we kind of come down through the dimensions and have personal choice and beliefs and choose
Exactly.
ideas and feelings and reactions.
So no matter how much I might not like how the presentation may be on one panel to the next, I fucking hear what you guys are saying and applying it to my actual life, okay?
Hey, I want to actually congratulate you. Good job. You found a fence and you looked within and you're like, huh, what's going on there? And I think this is part of what Paul does, whether consciously or the
Right,
spirit
whether we
moving
like
through
it or
him.
fucking not, he puts it right. He it's almost like he grabs a person's head and fucking slams their face in a pie and just goes, just fucking, you like that pie, motherfucker? I feel the rage because we're all frustrated with each other. And if you're a panelist and you're involving, well, then you're part of the story. It's
But to
not
be
the
clear,
chat.
Yolanda, the frustration for me when we separate it from the individual comes from the we. I'm doing the we, the Talcottian we. We do it from time to time to make an inclusive statement. Is the constant misreading of self and other that leads to the constant chaos and the looping and the lack of understanding. That's where the frustration comes for me, is watching folks continually misread others, the situation, and then have to wait sometimes years before they realize what was actually going on. That can be very frustrating when you see a bunch of moves and call them, and then folks don't listen and then have to deal with the consequences. But we separate ourselves from that because I'm not God. I don't get to choose other people's experience. If I did, there'd be no point in us existing as our own beingness.
Well, even the fact that you used to call yourself daddy, okay, because I came from the We Awake, and
I
when
still
you first
do.
came, correct. I want to give you my perception on the daddy thing from as an audience member for the year and how it's evolved and trickled through all fucking metaversal lore now, right? It's in the logarithm of this Paul Unslaved. And for a long time, I thought, what a whole fucker to be calling himself a daddy and making all these guys call him daddy, right? And then I learned in the progression with everybody, not just your channel, but with everybody. And when you were on the Machine Lies and you broke it down the other night, and I was like, I fucking finally get it. It took me a year to figure out that it was a fucking bit non-bit, and it was meant to trigger the communities in a way that it would trigger everybody, and it would trigger people in different ways. And once they finally figured out the bit non-bit, which Sly Shy was always getting on my ass for in every fucking chat, I get it. I get the jokes, just like I got Tommy's joke, just like I got Snafu's joke. I get it. Meta language is completely different than real world language.
Right, but here's
the
the non-bit part, right? We have to take in the non-bit part of it, which is the truth that each one of us has a, if you will, cosmic motherly, fatherly state of beingness we can access to do fellowship and stewardship, seeing others as our children or as equals if you don't like that sort of way of seeing it, right? So again, one of the things that I will practice to not get emotionally invested and see people as equals from a negative standpoint is say, what would the Christed being do? And the Christed being would see all other men and women as a part of self, as his children, if you will, to allow himself to not react, to not equalize from a negative space, right? They know not what they do. If they knew better, they do better. That's a childlike space of consciousness, right? So there's a bit and a non-bit, right? I do the bit for guys like Father Joseph who want to call themselves father and have this false authority status. And I do the non-bit part, revealing that all of us can access this space and be essentially cosmic parents to reveal to others how we could be living co-creatively, if that makes sense. And I've seen the results of that in my life. I see where that works.
Is it okay if I respond, Jack, or would you like to respond to that?
Please go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
It's obvious to me that these communities are all searching and seeking for spiritual guidance, for guidance to help themselves be better people, better men, better women. and we're all always arguing with one another on how to do it.
What exactly does that mean? Real quick, because I'm seeing a bunch of all at once. Could we get these folks up here to address me directly? Like, what's that mean? Can't bullshit a bullshitter. Just curious what exactly that means. Because I'm just kind of getting tired of everywhere we go, this projection that because you're a liar and infidel, I must be one too. Okay.
Well,
you know what? I wouldn't even pay any fucking attention to him, Paul, because you're having such a great conversation tonight that who gives a fuck with what anybody's saying.
Well, the confused are the ones who need the most clarity. If you get it and Jack gets it and everyone else here gets it, we're basically preaching to the choir. The ones who need clarity are the ones with questions or projections or confusion. It would seem to me.
Those who assume to know are sometimes the most clearly confused.
Right, like I'm sure Flow State's been typing in the chat. He's been waiting to pipe up, but he won't because he doesn't know how to address me directly. But he's smirking, and I'm
I think we're getting a little sidetracked.
Yes,
I'm being respectful to Jack.
Oh, is that what it is? It's not that you're being disingenuous. You're being respectful.
But I'm trying to be respectful. Carry on.
Okay.
Well, I have seen this.
Hey, Flow State, did you get my message privately?
Yeah, and then you blocked me.
Okay, just making sure you got it. All right, we can move forward.
Yeah. Did you see my post today? I tagged you in it.
Yeah, I don't look at anything you do. I know you want me to, but that's why I won't.
Well, you're yeah, I got the fake bank statements you sent me.
Okay.
It's interesting how your account numbers are 0001 and 0010.
Right.
You got the very first checking account in the bank. That's crazy.
Right.
I don't know what this is. Hey, can we surrender to this moment, this new moment? I mean, the past happened.
No, but I can yield it.
Hey, bless. Flow.
All right, we're moving forward. Fuck yeah, man. Let's go.
Amen. There's a lot of crap that's happened in the past, and we can continue to fight over opinions or what was said or what we thought, but guys, our life is in the future. The past, let's have some fun and laugh at the past. There's some fun characters here, you know, some creative jabs at each other, and I used to get triggered. But we're all growing, and brothers and sisters, there's a greater world that's coming through us when we don't resist it. When we receive the new moments as new, that's when we're moving on. So
I moved to the fuck on today.
Jack, do you honestly believe that's do you honestly believe that's possible long term without accountability and resolution?
I didn't say without accountability or resolution, but when we focus on the future, the past will become resolved. I trust in that. We don't need to worry about punishing or making sure we get back and stuff like that. Everyone has made mistakes, and I honestly feel within myself, this is the best way to live. Each day, all right, done. Today's a new start. Everyone is allowed to change, including myself.
Okay.
And then we can
Jack,
change.
I got a question for you for the now, since we're talking about the now. What is the baseline here for the truth or being honorable from your perspective, in your perspective of Snafu and Tommy? If someone said they're doing great and they're not cupcaking and they're not fraud, they're not fucked up individuals in some ways, what's your perspective? I want to know.
Tarek, this is the internet.
It doesn't matter, internet or not. You can tell people from there and do what they do.
I love how that's the new excuse too. Bentard is running that narrative that everyone can come here and have no credibility, integrity, honorability, accountability because hey, it's internet culture. It's a great excuse for the individual to not become who and what they need to be.
Okay, yes, you're right. But at the same time, I've watched all of you guys evolve this entire year doing exactly what you just said not to do. Okay, everybody has a different day. Some days, some people have a bad fucking day. Other people, you know, have great days. You are trying to bring this into a space for Jack tonight that we always see you try to bring, which in your opinion is accountability. But at the end of the day, it's not your business. It's not my business. It's not Flow State's, Unslaved Truth, Cynthia's, or Goblin's opinion as to what Jack does with his child or with his wife. At the end of the day, none of us have anything to say about that because this is the internet. We do not have a personal relationship with Jack, and as what I understood, you two don't even have personal conversations with each other. So
Again,
how can
I'm
we
not
hold
so
Jack
sure.
to so much
I'm not so sure
accountability?
what a personal relationship or the internet has to do with truth being truth. And if there's something valuable to be taken that could change someone's life, I would think it would be taken.
Well, this is,
I
you'd
think
be
you have
surprised.
changed his life, though.
Here, hey,
Yeah,
Yolanda,
I think you have changed his life.
But Yolanda, ask Jack the question. Let him answer, please.
Tarek, the question kind of ties to what Yolanda was saying. I can offer opinions.
So we have no truth, we have no baseline.
Hey, Tarek, if you want to jump to that ignorant conclusion and stay ignorant of the answer I'm trying to offer, all right.
No, I'll wait, Jack. I'll wait. Go ahead.
Okay. So, criminy.
I would love to respond to that, Jack, if you want to think about it for a second.
Please, I did. Go ahead, please.
I think that there's so much fucking doublespeak that happens here on every day, where I hear you guys on panels have really great conversations about accountability and what is being a man, and then do the whole dick talk and clown on each other's channels and shit. So again, you guys choose to hold Jack accountable when it's convenient for you to hold Jack accountable, which was when you want to be upset. Other than that, besides this whole accountability thing, I think that how can you create, again, I'm so confused about it. You're demanding something from Jack that he can't give you on the metaverse.
Actually, here, Yolanda, thank you.
Nobody's demanding anything from anybody. They have to give it to themselves.
No, Paul.
Like Flow State, right? With the post.
I want to answer the question, Tarek.
I thought you didn't see the post.
Okay. You just said you made a post.
You didn't see it, though.
I didn't see it. You just said you made one.
Okay. What about it?
So did you post something I sent you privately, publicly?
Why don't you look at it? Why don't you look at it?
Did you post something I sent you privately, publicly?
Before we argue about it, why don't you just look at it?
Okay.
See,
did we ever get the accountability for the buying subscribers claim?
You're going to find something to argue about, aren't you?
You're right. Do you see how accountability works, Yolanda?
I'm not accountable to you, Paul.
You're not accountable to anyone.
You can't hold me responsible for anything.
Paul, this is how accountability works.
Hey.
Welcome, Cynthia.
Hey,
Paul, this is
go ahead.
Let me finish. Let me tie up a couple of loose ends first, if I may, please. Okay. Paul, you were placed in the back because of accountability in the present. This isn't some revenge or some narcissistic game. It's because you are interrupting the flow of discussion for the purposes of just your patterns of disagreements. And what you just demonstrated, his interrogation of Flow, did you do this? Did you do this? Go investigate, find the fucking answer, and then you'll know. And then you don't have to have a conflict. Or maybe you'll have a different conversation. I'm sorry. Actually, before I bring you back, Paul, welcome, Cynthia.
Hi, Yolanda. Hi, Flo. Hi, Goblin King. Hey, Turn. Hey.
Hi, Cynthia.
So, earlier when I was listening to you speak, Yolanda, you said something that was really important. You said that Snafu and Tommy never changed, that they're consistent on every single platform they go to. So when everybody keeps saying, how honorable are they really? Like, consistency needs to be honored. We need to respect that. And just because someone can see something in someone that you yourself can't see, you shouldn't negate what the other person's seeing or discredit because it doesn't align with what you see. Like that's kind of narcissistic and self-centered.
Well,
Everybody has a different heart, so everybody sees things differently.
Cynthia, if you don't mind me asking, what do you see in Senfu and Tommy? I'm just wondering, what do you see in Senfu and Tommy that are honorable in any sense?
They're consistent and they bring energy. If any platform is slow or dying, you can pull up a Tommy or a Snaps and they put it on, and you have the energy again. They keep you motivated. And just because you don't find value in that doesn't mean that there's not value.
Can I respond to that too, Cynthia?
Sure.
So I guess I could say the same thing about you, Tarek. When you go into chat, okay, when you go into chat and you like to follow particularly some of the women, because I'm saying you like to say you're honorable, right? And you've got terms coming out of your mouth to Salty Siren, which is one of the biggest respectable chatters in the community, and you're calling her a witch just because she decides to practice her faith different than yours. And when they ask you to stop, you don't. And you go jump to another panel and you do the same fucking thing. So your righteousness indignation that you do to chat and then come on here and ask us what we think is honorable when we're telling you in the chat as women and also as men, telling you you're being creepy and you don't back the fuck off. I'm tired of you asking this goddamn Snafu and Tommy situation. Like, buck the fuck up, man.
All right, you're done. Can I answer your question?
I'm sick of this goddamn shit. I'm so fucking sick of it.
I understand, but hey, again, I'm not perfect, right? I'm not perfect. I make mistakes, right? So if I made a mistake, at least I'm man enough to apologize, right? Now, you telling me again, besides the consistency of Snafu and Tommy being nothing but fools and ignorant in anything they do and disruption.
Why is it so offensive that she likes them?
No, it's not offensive. We have to draw a line. No, Flow State. Where is the line where we can say somebody's overdoing it, not doing it? Somebody's respectable, not respectable, honorable, whatever. Where is the line? It seems like you guys don't want to have a baseline so you can all do it.
Hey,
I'll give you the line. It comes to the content creators channel, not the chatters and not the panelists. So stop fucking asking us that.
That's why I asked Jack, and you guys didn't even allow him to talk.
Well, Tarek,
you asked me, you asked Cynthia. I don't even know who else you asked in here today. So,
here, consider this observation, Tarek.
Yep.
I have a theory, and you would be one of the data included in the theory that the egoic focus on opinions. I've suspected that, well, you know what? Let me not get too into that. Opinions. Yes, that's what people are all worried about. People you're worrying about opinions. And maybe, I don't know.
Maybe I'm not worried about opinions, Jack.
I'd like to move the conversation on, but really, what we are the conversation, and we are the topic. We are what matters. Finding a way for us to better understand each other, it really is important. Spending all this time about our narratives of what we think of others.
Kind of like Flow State doing broadcasts about me buying subscribers and not walking it back, or getting a job building houses and
Why
not
would I
walking it back.
possibly walk back the subscribers? You're definitely buying them.
Because there's 40 more live viewers today than there was the day before.
You have double the viewers you had a week ago. And where's your...
Again,
right, so your opinions that I bought subscribers are more important than the stats, the facts, and what the official narrative is.
The facts are on my side. Your narrative.
Okay, how about the facts of me getting a tiny house job because I'm going broke on YouTube?
Hey, Paul,
yeah, we won't address any of that.
Can you hold your buzzer?
Jack will defend Flow State because they're buddies.
No, Paul. What I'd like to actually present is this is an opportunity for you to see, some of your behavior just slightly mirrored back towards you.
Right.
Look at your behavior. When you find here, not just Paul, but this is a lesson. When we find offense in another, I tell you what, you better look at your own behavior, because what you're judging is very likely what you are doing.
Right.
This is a pretty fucking fire panel right now. This could go left or this can go fucking right. Okay? I'm just saying, this is a fucking fire panel. There's a lot of shit that needs to be resolved, and it can go left or it can go right. And guess what? All of your followers are fucking watching this right now, or they will rewatch it. So let's see where this goes. Salute.
You can go left or you can go right.
Yeah, where's the balance though, Yolanda? Isn't there a line in the middle where you have to balance it and say this is wrong and this is not wrong? Or we just go with the blind?
I'm not in the position to be drawing a line for any of you guys. This is if you want to continue to go from panel to panel doing this shit, well, guess what? You're going to get the same fucking results from the chat. So where's the problem? It's not us. It's you, buddy. So this can go left or this can go right. All of us have been following each other for a year, and this can go forward or it can stay stagnant. You men have the panel right now. You men are the popular channels everybody's fucking watching. You guys can do this. You can take the time to listen to one another, and you can move the fuck forward or stay stagnant. It's entirely up to you guys.
And one of us is active on the ground creating community and resolutions. The rest are just talking online. I'll see you guys later.
Good job. Oh.
He's done it
there
2
you go.
years ago.
Yolanda.
Yeah.
What's up, Steve? How you doing?
Hey, it's pretty refreshing to see you up here kicking some ass. It's extremely nice to see a woman come up here and stand some ground and hold true to what she feels and not let these dumb fucks change your opinion because that doesn't meet theirs.
Thank
Good
you,
job.
sir. It's nice to be around alpha males, because guess what? Alpha males don't need to prove that they've got a throne. That's what the betas do. Okay? The alpha males are the ones that set up, right? They are the ones that run it, but they don't need the recognition for it. That's for the betas to do, to take those positions for them to help on and move forward with it.
No, the alphas do need the recognition. The ones that don't need the recognition are the sigma. Now, unless you know there are 5.
Where'd you find this one, Jack?
Type.
Tom.
I'm sorry, Boomer. Are you talking over me?
Tommy.
Boomer,
Yeah, you especially.
Tommy.
But I love you anyways.
Golly geez.
What's up, Tommy? It's good to see you, but let's not do the faggotry, bro, okay? Let's keep
I heard
back
my
to
name,
the alpha, okay?
faggotry
Let's not do the faggotry.
The faggot.
Hey.
Listen, Yolanda, I recognize your desire for cleaning up these streets and the change, but a woman will not do what you're trying to do. That's why we're men and women. That's why there's alpha men and not alpha women.
Yeah, she's proven that wrong already, Tom. She's
Steve,
she's hanging pretty well.
Most of the people around here.
Steve, you're nothing but a strategic cheerleader right now.
Wait,
not
hold on
hey,
a second.
You got to give credit where credit's due, right?
Tommy, hold on. Oh my God. Let me lift up my dick. Two motherfucking hands. Shut the fuck up.
What are you talking about, this dick talk? I've already removed one lesbian from my property that thought she could tell me to suck her dick.
Tommy, that's why I brought up faggotry, man. I'm trying. Yes. I follow your ass. I'm trying to communicate with you.
Yes, faggotry is my lingo, but the suck my dick talk, that's on Paul and Slave.
Tommy, for the love of Pete, since you've been here, it's been you. I
just got here because I heard my name. I was associated with Snafu. I'd like to get to the bottom of
I wonder if he actually waters that faggotry every day.
You have to, or else they dry up.
What I wanted to do was to please recognize the moment. Okay, Ian, Steve, Scott, Cynthia, and Yolanda, I agree with some of the praise. It is nice to have, and your energies and your input have been well received, at least by me. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Jack. That's another thing I wanted to tell you. As much as everyone likes to give you a hard time about peace and going to talk to government officials and whatever the fuck, guess what? you have created a place for the communities to come and hash out their bullshit. And that is a start. Okay. If you're going to take on the world, then you can start it off this way. And salutes, We Awake TV. How are you doing?
Good, much. I think it's my first time on Jack's panel.
I think it might be. Welcome.
Yeah, you're doing your thing, Jack. You have a powerful message. It's good to see you. It's I love it, man. You're helping. Just so you know, you really are.
Ian, settle in,
Hey,
get
what's up?
climatized. I wouldn't step there yet.
Hey, I actually think it was the arrival of you guys that maybe changed Paul's comfort level. Not to speak for him, but I noticed he found a way out when others arrived. So
That's
So what are you
progress.
saying? He's scared? I don't get it.
It's much love. It's much love.
well, Tarek, to be honest, there is a fear within all of us, and he's showing it. When we show our egoic strength, guess what? Pride comes before the fall. When you've got a strong ego, that's a fucking scary fall, man. 'Cause you've placed yourself way above a lot of people, and you hear the guy every day. He lives in a world filled with infidels. He's the God of truth. He's the only one who knows anything. Everyone else, the only way anyone else survives is because of Paul and his wisdom. Don't you know?
That's not true.
Don't you get it?
Yeah, I get it. I see Jack. Paul is down in chat saying that he will come back on.
Volume down again.
So I don't know who wants to eeny miny moe it and let Paul back
No, you
on
don't
the
have to
panel.
I'll step out for him to come out. No big deal.
There you go. Thank you, Tarek. That, sir, is an honorable move for your daddy.
Well, he's only here because Paul has given him this confidence in his hand. Tarek is like one of the biggest jackasses, and I literally, pun intended, Tarek is part of the biggest jackasses in this community.
All of his stuff, it's all for brownie points. It's obvious.
It's crazy.
It's
And
strictly brownie
back to
points
Dan,
vibes
they'll
from
right
that
back
guy.
to.
Yeah.
And I like Tarek. He's a sweetheart, but God, I'm embarrassed for him every time he does this bullshit.
All right, Jack, I guess you and others in chat, your audience, say they need me up here to make the broadcast. So here I am, your sacrificial lamb. Let's make it.
Oh, gosh.
Welcome back, Paul. Welcome back.
Again,
Right
I'm
back
just
on
kind
that
of tired of
crisis
making
there,
everyone
Paul.
else's broadcasts and panels directly or indirectly.
Well, but you're not. That's the thing.
Well, that's what your audience is saying down there. Get back up there and make this a real broadcast.
Oh, did you say that to yourself?
No, that's your audience. Do you typically laugh at all your own jokes to make them seem funny?
You
I
do?
do. I
Come
think
on,
I'm funny as
Paul.
hell,
Let him
man.
have one. Just let him
Actually,
have
this
one.
is a
Okay?
reunion. Do you guys remember back when Ian was here before he had left and Yolanda was also on his panel? That was one of the first times I remember I wasn't there as the panel laughed Paul off and left
That's
him
right,
scurrying
Tommy.
away.
Yep,
Yep.
we went over it already. You need to rewind, bro. He called me a hoe, an infidel, a Jezebel spirit. Yeah, we've been past that already.
Oh, I don't have to rewind. I'm known as the elephant memory to everyone's dismay.
He's the keeper of the lore.
But you called her all those things, but she really wasn't, right?
That's right. But I
Right.
can understand why
So it's
a
a-
man
so
would have
it's a
said that
pattern,
I
I
was,
see.
though.
Is this
That's
what I
something
was
I wanted-
uncomfortable for? Is this what made me so uncomfortable that I ran?
Well,
Or
I'm not
No,
sure.
they seem to forget because once that happened, I thought the community would mostly be rid of you.
No,
But
Tom,
right, there's a pack of
we're
haters
talking
here
about
who talk
Paul.
about me everywhere else but to my face, and when I go
Well,
quiet, they
Paul,
seem to
I
go
talk
quiet.
shit to
So
you
what are we
face
gonna do?
all the
Take it one
fucking
by
time.
one, or should I just go? I'm confused.
Actually, you know
Oh my
what?
God.
If I'm gonna
Somebody
do
pay
this
attention to
because-
Paul. Somebody
No.
pay attention to Paul.
No, I could just
Here,
leave. That's the
Cynthia,
thing. I
hold
know you're
on.
upset
No,
that people
Paul.
are paying attention to me. I could just go
Paul.
like I did before and let you alphas take
Paul.
over.
Do you
Paul,
think that everybody's
Cynthia,
out
please.
to harm you?
God dang it, Paul.
Yes, Jack.
If we can have a conversation now, can we have a conversation now?
I'm here.
Okay, yeah, that's right. You are here. and communication between you and I has been very challenging. I'm not alone in saying this. So the appearance, many people on this panel have had.
It doesn't prove anything. Just so you know, Paul, if you can get.
Paul,
okay.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, Jack.
Why are you interrupting?
Can I not sometimes interrupt you? Can we not interrupt each other, like generally, unless it gets extreme, or is it like, are we going to play the power game?
Well, I was hoping to get to a point that
there is no point. Having 10 people on panel who all share the same perspective and experience is not proof of anything. So
no, that's
just
not,
so you know.
It's
Paul,
pretty good evidence, though.
If I can get 10 other people who say the opposite, you'll just say they're all culted up and don't matter.
Hey,
so
Paul,
this is bias and hypocrisy.
Paul, with silence, we can all join in this present moment.
Okay,
together.
let's do that.
Praise God.
Right?
Praise God.
Well,
praise
Paul,
God.
I'm not so sure what God you guys serve. I mean, Ian has shadow people showing up at the bed of the We Are Awake community people.
Hey, I've never said that.
You did say that.
The record. I've never in my life. Hold on, please, because there's
shadow people.
I've never in my life said that there's shadow people visiting me ever on record or in my life.
You didn't say that.
Never.
You guys didn't talk about. Okay.
Somebody maybe came up on the panel, but correct the record, bro.
Okay.
Right. Paul,
sorry, I don't want to.
And Paul, your false narratives, dude. If you fucking listened, you would understand easily what God is being described. But
I know.
Well, you know what, Paul? Please do us the respect. It appears your return it's not of value, so I'm not receiving. Tell you what, maybe we can continue having conversations at another time.
You're doing great, Jack. I think
Just
Paul's doing
hold
great too.
Yeah, just
I'm giving up on him. I'm giving up on
That's
Paul.
the thing. He's not in control of his thoughts and emotions.
No,
so.
Paul. Hey,
He
Paul,
is.
I actually am. And I've been trying everything.
There's 10 other people here, but you're making it all about you because it's your broadcast. So you deprive the audience of an experience once again in your selfishness. What else is new?
You're the one throwing the dinner around.
I'm the one on the panel where everyone else is when they won't come to my area and hash it out. I'm giving you what you want me.
Moving right along. Yolanda, what you were speaking about earlier was quite fascinating. I saw you earlier on Paul's. I don't really go on to Paul's too much, but I did flip on there and saw the Jen Critcher. What was her name? She was evidently having some issues, and Paul, that was actually admirable the way you handled that. I think there was a lot of chaos going on in her mind, and that's what I actually dig into, Paul, is when you
hey, Scott.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Scott, this isn't the time to be complimenting me. We're bashing me. Don't you get it?
Let's go the other direction.
I want to offer a different perspective from your words, Paul. I didn't catch where it all went, so I pray that everything worked out. But I caught you saying, this happens, these crazy people come up, and you grouped my name, even though I wasn't.
Correct. I did. Yes, I did.
Right? Yeah. So you bring me in as though I'm part of that craziness.
Yes, I did.
And you said this happens so that you can be made to look bad. Well, guess what I saw? I saw a woman in desperation and in a lost state of confusion, seeking help, reaching out to someone who she had learned from, who she had respected in the past, and you showed her nothing but fucking there was no consent.
Yolanda complimented me on the interaction, but you have nothing good to say. What else is new? Because you never have anything good to say unless you're showing your fake love.
I know you missed an opportunity to
You're an angry, miserable, lonely man, Jack Talcott, and you're going to remain that way.
Get him out of here.
You missed
You're an angry, miserable, lonely man, and you
just mute him.
Just remain that way if they keep acting like you.
Oh, stop. You're crossing the line now.
He's here for the love.
That is the line, exactly. I didn't know that was the line.
Hold on.
But when a woman shows up to your chat and says that she did what you told her to do, and you tell her she's on drugs, the day that she lost her kids, you do something better than just blame her for being a gambling and a drug addict. And then backstaging her, and then trying to act like Snafu was doing. That's what the fuck happened. Derek,
No, that's
your
not what
opinion
happened.
isn't valuable.
Sorry.
You fucked it off.
That's your opinion.
No,
Go
that's everyone's opinion. You have
yeah,
no credibility as your own person. You're not your own
everybody
person.
on the panel, that's not speaking for everybody. Whoever's lost in their thoughts and in their egos. Didn't Paul talk to her nicely and try to understand what she was going through? Didn't he advise her a lot of?
You're such a simp.
You're such a simp.
You're the biggest simp ever.
If you go listen to her own words.
Actually, you know what?
You guys, can I respond to that for just a second? Because I did participate in that conversation.
Please.
I did participate in that conversation. I was there for it. I listened to all of it. And yes, I could see how people would think that he was being a total fucking douchebag. But at the same time, he was speaking to her, from what I understood, in a place as a person that has been an addict. I heard him say things to her like she needed to get help.
She never said she was an addict.
This is exactly why I said what I said, because
problems, and
the metaverse is
she was having a mental breakdown.
The metaverse is
I agree, but I think
the metaverse is crawling. The metaverse is crawling with people like Flow State, who can't ever let us have a real moment or talk truth because he's waiting in the wings.
You're not a real person, Paul.
And tell me how bad I was. Just
Paul,
like
you're
Jack Talcott is, you're all the same, but they don't.
Yep. Okay. It's everybody else, Paul. We are all the same. Nobody is competent like you. You're an arrogant, confused prick, Paul. I've shown you so much kindness, so much forgiveness. I've shown you mercy and compassion. You know why? Because I'm fucking better than you, bitch.
Ouch.
Ouch.
Ouch. Ouch.
Jack, okay.
Jack.
Driving
Breaking Bad.
Híjole. Caliente.
Jack.
Caliente.
Caliente. Oh my goodness. You know, this is a hard place to be when we watch all of you guys, because we see how you guys communicate with your panels and with your chats. It's a really confusing place to be, man. I'm so glad
you're doing
I'm here
awesome,
protected.
though.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You're well received.
Very impressed.
Very.
Well, you know why? I think I'm okay with it because I've been around all of you guys for a year, man. I feel like I know all of your stories that you share with us on your panels, and I see how everybody maneuvers.
I was going to say it's because you're Latina, and Latina chicks just have that oomph.
We're strong cup of coffee, Latinas.
Right?
Yeah, we're spicy in a different way. It's not spicy with the wrist slap, you know, but it's a Latina kind of spicy. Yes, Cynthia.
It is.
So are you notice in the back chat there, Jack? Paul left you an inspirational message there for you, buddy. This is the guy that you're trying to break bread with here.
That was a thumbnail yesterday of Paul's image. Why can't you be happy for me? Kind of a joke. But
because happiness is a zero-sum thing in Paul land.
He's hurt people. We all know this. He just won't admit that he's hurt.
Sometimes, never mind. I'm not gonna say that.
No, what are you thinking?
No, I'm not gonna say it.
Spit it out, Flo.
I'm really not gonna say it.
Hey, respect. You know, Ashley. Perfect segue to a lesson I was thinking of earlier. We throw in bits of wisdom between the chaos, right?
Hey, Jack, I have something to add to the record, okay? Because we're all record keepers around here, right? We're all glocking on that clock over here. For the record, we tried to have everybody speak and work this fucking shit out. I counted 3 times. So if anybody goes on their panels the next day and says, I tried to do this, but no one ever fucking listens to me. There was 3 times that could have gone left, stayed stagnant, or gone right. So now the ripples have started in that direction.
Well, the narratives, the stories we tell ourselves become the lives we live. And you can listen to people when they talk. Most times when people are complaining, they're complaining about what they're doing, because that's why they notice it in others. And I've been lazy, honestly. I've been wanting to do this a long time ago, is to put together, it would be very easy to do because there's a ton of material about Paul describing himself. You know, saying one thing and then showing he's a contradiction by admitting that he's doing what he's saying, you know, or whatever, vice versa.
We're living in the now, Jack. Yeah, we're living in the now. You like to say that to us a lot, and we're not going to stay in the past. We're living in the now and moving forward with all the fuckery. And yes, I do have a potty mouth. I'm sorry if that offends people.
It does.
Fuckery's not a bad word.
I think you have a co-host here, Jack. I think you should see if she wants to do some more shows with you. You guys are getting along pretty good.
Absolutely.
What about that, Yolanda?
You're funny. I've analyzed Jack enough to know what are his triggers and what he appreciates and how he likes things to move on his panel. But I would actually like to be on everybody's panel and participate more. I just didn't think that I had what it took, but you guys are telling me I apparently do. So
you just have to call
welcome
yourself
to Yolanda.
No, you have to be Moose. You have to be Moose 3.0.
God.
No, there's no. I don't. No, I'm not a moose. There's only one moose.
Yolanda, I think you do bring a great energy. You express your perspective pretty well. You and Cynthia both do. It's different energies, but Toilet Bowl Earth, you're showing. I know you're fun. I know you're joking and having fun, but I do think maybe you got some mommy issues, maybe, or something.
And daddy issues.
Oh,
yeah,
Jack, that's 2 for 2.
Isn't he the one that had that music video in the Ronald Reagan mask?
No, that was Toilet Bowl Earth. Yeah.
Oh my god!
That's culture. Look, that's culture.
Hey, Nude Guru is constantly dropping some truth.
Yeah,
in the
Nude
chat.
Guru's got some good shit. Not their economics, but everything else.
Oh, so I'd probably agree with that.
Yeah, you two could rub your socialist penises together.
Telling you, sharing is the mature thing to do. I was thinking about this competition nonsense that we've been conditioned with. It really is juvenile. It's inefficient. Everyone's playing games about these superiorities and, sabotage, revenge, wiping everybody else out. It's nonsense. We're here to cooperate. And I think if humanity cooperated, can you imagine, seriously? It's hard to imagine, but if humanity cooperated, what our Creator might allow us to accomplish, regardless of your opinions on God or religion or the books. Just ask yourself, what might God allow us to accomplish if we work together?
But Jack, you said cooperate. I'm confused here. I thought when you're a man of faith, you're walking the walk alone, so you're not cooperating with anybody but the Lord. How does that work?
Why do you believe the Lord is not present in others?
I didn't say he wasn't present. You said cooperate.
Okay, right. Well, I recognize that God is with me, so why should I be distrusting and assume that God is absent from everybody else? See, this is the fear-based excuse and the fear-based logic that we've been conditioned with. You see enough lies in the world, you start to think everyone's a liar. Well, if everyone's a liar, you don't have to, there's no reason to trust them. And if you can't trust anyone, there's no reason being honest with them. And the next thing you know, you've got egoic people presenting false narratives about anything they want. And the panel's full, but I am talking about Paul, obviously.
Well, what I'm saying again, I understand the ego and all that. You said cooperate again, and I'm not talking about nobody else, nobody's opinion, nobody's stuff. If you are cooperating with someone and not only the Lord, then you are cooperating with that man, which means you're not exactly with the Lord straightforward.
How does that make sense?
Not making any sense.
You're not supposed to collaborate or cooperate with someone else. That makes no sense.
You're not supposed to love your neighbor.
I'm gonna let it make sense to you. When you cooperate with a man, since you know a man can be influenced, you're cooperating with the wrong source.
I don't know what you're doing to logic, but you should stop it.
Okay. He's trying to trap Jack. He's just trying to trap Jack and use his creepy way to do it. It's all.
Here we go with the creepy again.
Actually, please, guys, this is actually beautiful because Tarek, you are a good-hearted man, and I know you are on the path of self-development and growth. But please, you've got to look at the illogical part of what you're saying. You're getting feedback from many people saying, hey, dude, this doesn't make sense. And what you're defending, the structure of thought you're defending is the idea of not working with others.
Okay.
And that is the egoic way. That is
I don't know. I think it's devotion. It's devotion. It's not his ego, it's Paul's.
Again, you're wrong, Flow State.
No, I'm not. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. I expect you to deny it, but I'm not wrong.
All right, let's just say you're not wrong, right? I'll go back to what Jack just said, right? I am getting deflection from the whole panel. That means I must be wrong, right? That means if I'm cooperating with the panel, I'm depending on the panel's thought process, which could be manipulated and influenced.
Time out. What you're that's not what I suggest either. Yep, you're absolutely right. Even though there's a panel, even though there's 20 people telling you one thing, it's still up to you. So what I suggest is use your logic, your reasoning to understand the benefits of cooperation, right? Of recognizing that God is omnipresent in the present. Okay. God is within you, me, and all of us all together. And so if we serve one another, we're not going to be telling each other what to do and doing everything ourselves and just telling everyone to go do it on your own. Guys, this is the confusion. Tarek, ask yourself, does it make sense that if God brought me another divinely created human, God brought me another human like me who's sharing the similar purpose, nothing stops us from working together. And yet I have literally watched good people fight me to avoid agreement.
Oh, Jack, I'm not fighting you. And second, I'm not saying that I disagree with you. I'm working with people. But when you say working with divine people, Yolanda just said that her discernment was with Paul, that he was being very affectionate, and what he said today with Jen was really truthful and honorable. Now, you said, for example, that was not your perspective, and Paul had a different perspective, right? And then Tommy, for example, thinks Snafu is a piece of shit, where Yolanda thinks Snafu and Tommy are good, honorable people in some ways. How do we get to not a confusing state of mind? I'm confused myself.
Why is it a problem?
You're mischaracterizing everything.
Why is it a problem she has her own views, Tarek?
I never said it's a problem.
You just said that. You just literally said there's a problem.
So let me get to my point. What I'm saying is, if nobody says this is wrong and this is right from the divine perspective, because we all have scriptures or beliefs.
Judgment.
Okay, hold on. I'm not judging nobody. What I'm saying is, from the Omni, how do you say this is wrong and this is not wrong then?
Can I dunk this one, please? May I dunk it?
Please dunk
it. Okay. Tarek, I don't know how
Yeah.
many other ways I can communicate this to you. Okay? I never said what you are interpreting. Okay? I never said those things and how you're analyzing them and spitting them out of your mouth right now. That is your interpretation of what I had said. So what you're accusing everybody on panel of doing, you are doing right now. Okay? I can go ahead and participate in the game. Okay? Because let's be real, there's a game going on with all of this. You double speak so many times. It's getting absolutely exhausting. Absolutely exhausting.
Okay. I'll yield.
I have a question for you, Jack.
Please,
There's
brother.
so much separation. Does God really want all of us to be arguing this fucking much about him?
No.
I mean, I'm really just kind of like going back at this. This is nuts.
It's a leverage, or it's a weapon. It's weaponized.
People put God in a box and they expect people to be in that box with them, and that's what causes so much arguments and separation.
I just put my dick in a box.
That question you ask, though, Steve, this is the perfect thing. Does God really want this? I was processing that thought earlier today, and I'll share with you the conclusion I came to. It's stupid to think otherwise. Okay? If I want to believe that God wants something other than what I'm being shown, that's my judgment, my opinion. I recognize I'm pretty ignorant. So what I trust is that God must really want me where I am today. Now, the where I am, and then from the how and what I am, that's up to me. What I choose to be is peaceful, loving, kind, you know?
Jack, you know what? No matter where you go, there you are.
You're always there. And the past perfectly brought you to there, just as you are.
Well, a lot of these people in these panels and that are following you are not new to the spiritual game. Okay? That's a like-minded consciousness that we're all under. We're all experiencing it in different ways, but seem to be describing it in different ways. So I get pretty tired when somebody tries to accuse one person of walking the path that is their own. Everybody's path is their own. So I get tired of hearing all of this fighting on who should believe in God and how they should believe in God, and God responds differently to all of us, and we all hear him at different times.
Yes.
It must be lonely for some of these people to sit at the top, at the pinnacle, at the apogee of everything, and then look down at all of us and just see us as peons. I feel sorry for that.
Well, none of that matters. Yeah, none of that really matters, and I think that's why we're so frustrated, is that we know it doesn't fucking matter.
Hey, you offered a great reminder. I've been trying to figure out who is listening, right? I get a good feel of who may join the panel, but beyond that, I really don't know. But I think you're right. There probably is a good gathering of people who are moved in the mind of spirit, right? Kind of open-minded, thinking beyond what the old ways have taught. So I think our solution is, well, we're all here to learn from each other. We're all playing the role of student and teacher each day. What I've been learning and what I'm offering, trying to share with you guys, is the benefit of surrender. Just because there's... Huh?
To me.
No, not to you. Surrender to the all that is. And that might be to flow, but probably not. When we surrender to the all that is, we can recognize that while we're kind of minuscule in scope, we are part of the eternity, right? We're part of history. So the past brought us to today. One of the thoughts the reminder I had for myself, and I'm going to be practicing this, is break the habits of being you. That's the best way to surrender to the greater part of you that's yet to be discovered. We got to break free from the past in order to evolve and to grow and to change. And sometimes that means surrendering our old ways, surrendering our old relationships to people, to diets, to whatever, to occupations. Sometimes we've got to sacrifice. We've got to be willing to surrender and sacrifice the old in order to receive the new. The most important thing, though, I just wanted to bring it back in to within. The new within you. Sometimes it just requires a new perspective. And then you can let go and start over.
Jack, sorry, I got a question. If you can be truthful with me, would you work with Snafu or Tommy, like on a, say you had your own business, right? Would you hire them and work with them?
Under
as they are right now?
Why are you asking that question?
Sorry. I don't like Tommy and I don't like Snafu.
Hold on. Chuck. Again, respect to Jack's panel. I asked Jack the question, not Cynthia.
Yep. Here, Tarek. Tarek. Yep. Hello. Okay. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to expand your question and kind of throw in a wrench there, maybe. Include Snafu, Tommy, and Paul.
Whoa.
I see those three characters as very, very similar. So right now, today, no, I would not work with any of them. But I believe with their trust, if they worked on their self-awareness and started to actually improve in their integrity, honesty, presence, whatever, in their different ways they can improve. If they improved, yeah, I could find ways to work with them all. But right now, nope.
Exactly. That's all I want to know. At the moment, you wouldn't work.
Why is that? I want to ask you a question, Tarek. Why is that what you want to know and resolve so bad? Why does it bother you that these two guys get any compliments at all?
Right. No, it's not bothering me again.
It does bother you. Clearly, pushing on it. It's bothering you.
It's not bothering me. Let me tell you why. You asked me a question. I'm going to reply to you because I think you're also deflecting a little bit emotionally on the question. So let me reply to you. I asked that question to get his honest opinion so we can get some clarity if there's a line or a baseline on what we can do and not do in terms of being around men or cooperate with men in the future.
So you're clearly stating that they're outside of where you think the baseline should be.
Of course they are. At the moment.
Okay, can I respond to that? I'd love to respond to that for you, Tarek. If you feel so strongly about this, then how come you haven't gone on panel and questioned Paul or OTW about letting Snafu and Tommy on their channels? Why is Jack not allowed to do it, but Paul Unslaved and OTW News is allowed to have them participate in their show? So what is your point, Tarek?
Okay. I think Paul answered it earlier if you were paying attention. He said exhibition. He uses them and mocks them. He mocks them.
How is that
clearly nobody needs to really mock Tommy and Snafu. They mock themselves. This is ridiculous.
Okay, so did you hear
Let me
what,
ask you
for
something.
example, that Snap was trying to sue and all that bubble shit? I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on in terms of these people. That's why I asked
It's
you,
a
where are
fucking bit, non-bit. Are you kidding me? Are
How
you
do you
kidding
know,
me right now?
bro, Tariq? How do you even know if someone's really honorable or not? A lot of people are just characters. They're online and not really them true selves. You don't really know. I would probably hire Tommy and Snafu. I don't know. You don't know them
That's
in their
your
real
opinion.
life. Who are you to judge that for anybody? We don't know who the
Again,
fuck you are. We don't know if you're honorable.
Why
So
aren't
hold
you?
on.
Yeah. Why aren't you standing behind what you're clearly
where do
implying? You've clearly been implying and saying things all night about them, but then backing off the minute you're questioned about it. Where's your honorableness?
Again, this is where I'm honorable because there is no black and white, like Yolanda said. That's my opinion. You can't just say, okay, you can be on this side or that side. The truth is right in the middle. You can't fucking be
But
on both
you have
sides.
put
Oh
them
my
on
God.
a
Okay,
side.
you know what, Tarek? I think you need some YouTube rehab, buddy, because you
I know.
obviously don't understand the dynamics of what's happening here. All these people on this panel know these characters. They're on every fucking panel. So then guess what? You got a crusade to go all the way through YouTube to be asking all of these other content creators why they have Snafu and why they have Tommy on their show. Gather up your records and shout them out to the YouTube streets why whatever your fucking results are. But I really don't understand where you're going with this shit.
I let it go. You're not seeing where I'm going with it. I let it go.
I see where you're going
why
with
don't you
it. You
take it
want
where
them
you want it to go instead of beating around the fucking bush?
I'm not
You're
beating around the
being
bush.
honorable. Yeah, you fucking are. Clearly
Man the fuck
state
up
the
for what you
facts.
think. Have your own thoughts and man the fuck up to them, Tarek. Don't be
Again,
OTW. You're
it's
like
not
this far
about
above
man the fuck
OTW
up.
right now.
I don't watch the OTW at all, zero. So I don't even know what he does. And I watch Paul's, I watch Jack's, I went on yours, and maybe one other person. But
That's a
what I'm
goddamn
saying,
lie. I've seen you over on OTW. What the fuck are we talking about here? Let's be
okay,
real here.
so here's another
God,
lie.
this is this. You think we're all
So hold
stupid?
on.
Tarek's
Hold
only
on.
how many 3 months into this shit? I'm gonna pull a Tommy. Guess what? I got
he
the
wants
meta
to.
lore, motherfucker.
Okay,
He just wants to talk. He doesn't care what's going on. He just wants to hear himself talk and get brownie points.
Actually, I've been very
We see right through you, dude.
quiet. I've been very quiet. I've been very quiet, respecting everybody on the panel, regardless of what your opinion is.
Not quiet
Let's not
whatsoever.
exaggerate your ability to remain silent. Okay, you've not been very quiet, according to me.
Well, let's see where this goes, Jack, when he goes over to OTW or over to Paul's panel and try to spank their asses for having Snafu and Tommy B content on their channels. I really want to see that shit go down and how that goes.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Let's see you hold Paul to any standard.
Hey, Jack, I have a question for you.
Right.
Please.
So, would you hire Tarek to come work for your company, knowing that he has loyalties to the other company? Would you hire him?
I could not hire Tarek at this point either.
So, Tarek, that's literally a breakdown of the question you just asked him.
Okay,
Does that not sound silly to you? Does it sound silly to you?
No, Steve. It doesn't sound silly. You made a perfect point. From his perspective, how he sees me being with Paul's perspective, kind of, because you guys keep painting that, he wouldn't hire me. That's fine. That's his perspective.
Tarek, you realize that your daddy is sick of your fucking bullshit going around following him from panel to panel talking like this, and he's asked you to stop doing that?
Is that true?
Again, he's not my daddy. Again, he's not my daddy. So
yes,
again,
I heard Paul
you're not
say it
getting
on his
this
own
right. He's not my
show.
daddy.
Get the fuck
Have you ever
outta
called him
here.
daddy?
Yeah.
Did you ever hear me call him daddy?
I've never heard it, but I don't watch his show nearly as much as it's on. Have you ever called him daddy?
Never.
He doesn't need to. He already did.
Never.
Well,
I mean, here we go. Now people are lying for me.
You might not admit it, but you live it.
No, I said I admire him and I think he's an honorable man. Does not mean I call him daddy.
Okay, wait, Tarek, here. Okay, let's dig into this. Because you keep saying this, that you view Paul as honorable.
Yes, I do.
I absolutely rebut that claim.
Yeah.
I mean, we could pull up countless testimonies of the people he has lied about. Myself included.
Okay.
Tell you what, I'll just speak from direct experience. I know Steve's got a story. Ian's got a story. Chloe's got stories. Jesse.
Same to you. I think your stories are not available.
Hey,
God, yeah.
hey, so Tarek, does an honorable man lie?
No, he doesn't lie.
Okay, so if an honorable man has accusations, how are those normally addressed? With or without facts?
Of course, with facts.
Right. Do you hear any facts from, well, you might. Listen closely to Mr. Unslaved. I encourage you. You'll find an absence of facts.
I can demonstrate a
lot of opinions.
I can demonstrate the minute you say a clear-cut lie that he did yesterday. It's on my.
What was the clear-cut post? What was the clear-cut?
Look at my community post and then look at Truther Cop's community post. He sent me an altered screenshot from a generic template. Truther Cop found it online, said it was his bank account before he blocked me for some reason. That was a complete bullshit. It was an absolute lie. He got caught and it was his pants down. Truther Cop found it.
Okay, and again, I agree with you. Hold on, I agree with you because you made a claim. He hasn't responded to yet. When he does respond to it and shows no faith,
it was addressed tonight. I brought it up to him tonight. He doesn't have a response, Tarek. That's why he won't respond to it.
No, maybe he just doesn't want to give you the energy because you think you're controlling the subject or controlling the conversation. He doesn't want.
I take his energy anyways when he's up here. Can't you see that he's just itching and crawling out of his skin until he can finally go, what about this? What about this? Bro, I have his energy when he's on panel with me.
Go ahead, Jack.
Hey, it's very interesting. And Tarek, you have been very supportive, very encouraging of what you think. Not just Paul, but you've been very supportive and somewhat supportive and encouraging with me. Okay? But brother, liars will be shown to be fools, and you're smart enough. And sorry, I'm going to take this back to me. Margot Davey.
Sure.
Okay. You're gambling with both of our reputations with your words, lady. So, Jack, you lied about going to Hollywood in 2018. I'm pretty confident I remember being there and that the pictures on Facebook and the dates show that I was there. So, Margot, what are you going to do when the evidence proves you're a liar?
Hold on.
You know, you're calling me a liar.
Look, even though like the last comment I saw from Margot said, leave my flow alone. I appreciate that. How would you know what he did 6 years ago? And why would it matter?
She's crazy. She's part of my experience. I'm telling you guys, there's some crazy shit happening in this world. My life happens to be one of the stories that's in this world right now with some crazy people that don't want to stop and think. Here's another one who doesn't want to stop and think.
Margot wants you, Jack.
Oh,
she thinks you're a good-looking dude.
Look at that. Does he keep? He always keeps private communications private, doesn't he, Jack?
Right. Where he played the message, took my words out of context and played the private message I shared with him. But you know what? I stand behind my words.
Tarek, is that honorable? Tarek, look at your daddy's behavior. Is that honorable?
You know better than that, Flow State. He's going to defend him till he's blue in the face.
I just want him to do it. He's not going to even answer now.
Paul cannot do any wrong.
He's stuck between the obvious truth and his daddy.
And the
what was your question?
Cricket sing.
Jack.
Yes.
Can I get a second?
Please do.
Always good to see you. I just wanted to take the time to say good to see you back, Ian. Scott, always. You know what I mean?
Thanks, bro.
You're loaded up tonight on the panel, so I'm gonna jump down. You know what I mean?
Thank you, brother.
Yep.
Felicity, I can answer your question real quick if you don't mind. You said that's honorable, right? I never said Paul was perfect. He never said he was perfect because we're all learning every single day
I
as we
didn't
go
ask if
along,
he
no
was
matter what.
perfect. I want to know if
No,
his behavior now is honorable.
Yeah, he's very honorable. But let me explain something
No,
to you.
no, his behavior right now.
His
You can't do
behavior.
it.
No, hold on a second. Hold on. His behavior is honorable, yes, based on what he's seeing through everybody on the panel. But
This
here's what I
is
see.
why your opinion doesn't matter to
Okay,
people,
I
Tarek.
know it doesn't flow. But here's the question for you and the whole panel. What I don't see honorable is 9 people on the panel besides me, whatever their case. Everybody cupcaking and making each other feel better. That's not honorable because you don't want to stand on that shit.
What are you
None of
talking
that is what I
about?
You're
asked
such
you
a piece
about.
of
Get out
trash.
of here.
Oh my
Take the
god.
tag off your car. You're not
You're a
enslaved.
joke, bro. You're a
Steve,
joke. You're a
trust your
fraud,
balls
just like the rest of
during
them.
the day?
Blame it on the
Where's your
trust.
dad?
Oh, the
Have
trust
Tommy's not
owns
up
the
here
car.
saving you.
Yeah. Come on.
Steve, you said get my plate, right? I'll answer that question for you
Take
again
your
to
plate
make
off
it more
the
clear for
car.
you.
Don't blame it on your
Hold
trust
on.
owns the car.
I
You drive
know.
around
I know.
without a
I know
fucking
that's
plate.
bothering you.
Do it.
I know that's bothering you. Let me answer your
Because
question, Steve.
you're the same. You talk shit. You have no proof, and all you want to do is suck on fucking Paul's pole. I mean, give me a fucking break, man.
Okay,
You bring nothing up here
no
except
problem, Steve.
argument. You are just like your daddy.
No,
Hey,
okay, no problem. But do you
sorry,
agree that
I want
everybody's
to
making each
interrupt.
other feel better?
Hey, Tark, I want to interrupt and change for just a moment.
No
I was
problem.
challenged by Margot to pull up the pictures, so I love you guys and your patience.
Such
Thank
a
you.
weird accusation.
I know. Well, the day I went to the psychiatrist for the evaluation for return to work, she wanted to insist I was lying. You don't have an appointment? You didn't go to an appointment? I'm like, bitch, I got the paperwork. She won't even have a conversation and accept the facts. So I know it's not real clear, but August 11 of 2011 or August 11th of 2018 at Hollywood Walk of Fame, I most certainly was in Hollywood, Miss Margot Davy. So,
But Jack, it's just about trying just to pick anything at you, just trying to make you look bad.
Jack.
Like a lot of them that hate, that just want to make you look bad, and that's what their whole mission is. It has nothing to do with anything but hating on you or making you look bad.
I know, but I think I look good. I look cute in Hollywood, man.
You look good,
You look
Jack.
great, Jack.
And that convertible. Woo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a crazy story we're living, and you know what? The title of the stream today, Victory Through Surrender. I've already won. I've won the battles in my mind because I no longer engage in what's not important. Well, I'm reducing the frequency in engaging in unimportant conflicts. Paul's been a worthy adversary, worthy co-host, worthy peer. He's helped refine me, and I've grown.
Loud.
Huh?
He's been a loud one. He's been loud.
Very vocal, I would say, Flow State.
I know that you would.
I'm sure you would.
Gosh. You can't be this childish.
Do you brush your teeth after you suck dick, or do you just like save that with you?
You want me to answer that for you?
No, I don't. It was rhetorical.
All right. No, I would have put you.
I mean,
in your place.
is there an answer
I
there?
would have put you in your place if you wanted to, but you don't want me to answer, so I won't answer.
Okay, fine. I'm game.
A little late for that.
If I'm game. I'm
There's
fine with it
7
if you want
people
to.
on the panel, Flow State. We know who's sucking 7 cocks on the panel.
Okay. Flow State,
I'm
I'm
sorry,
glad you're
hey,
up
we
here
got
because I've been
Cynthia. Hey.
dying to have this conversation with you, Flow State.
Okay.
For some reason, there are certain men that have made this video about me talking about sucking dick. They've taken words and they've like clipped them together the way I do, right?
Mm-hmm.
But somehow it's turned into like it's so bad. Like, ooh, she sucks dick. And I'm saying, why do y'all keep saying this? Like it's a
I
bad
haven't even
thing.
seen that video, or I don't even know about
It's
it.
a TCC video, but they keep saying it's like it's bad. Like I was under the impression that men like that and enjoyed it. So I don't understand why they keep saying it's bad.
No, of course, men like that, Cynthia. They don't. People are criticizing the video and probably seeing it in a different way because
I think it's envy.
Dick, hold on for a second. People that suck dick for motives and incentives, different story.
I think it's envy. Most of them probably all envy getting their dick sucked, and probably half of them envy sucking dick. So,
right.
Whatever.
That would be my guess.
But I'm still trying to figure out. And so he keeps. So listen to this, Flo. Yesterday. It had 191 views, and he was like, "That video's going viral," and I was like. If you think 191 views is viral,
very viral,
you're dumb. Like, what is wrong with you?
Okay, it can go viral. Just remember that. You'll see.
Oh, okay. Oh, so
I'm sure you don't want it to go viral, but it can go viral.
I'm just gonna leave that there.
What is?
I have a question for Tarek.
Sure, Yolanda.
Who made that video for you? Who made that video of you, Cynthia?
Talcott Collections.
So has it been played on Paul and Slave's channel?
I don't know if he did or
no,
didn't.
he hasn't played it. No, he hasn't played it. I'll tell you because I'm watching his channel. He hadn't played it. So he wasn't trying to
we
put
know
Cynthia
you're
down.
watching his channel.
Wait,
so let me ask you this, Tarek. Was that honorable? That video? Is that honorable what they did of Cynthia?
No, it's not honorable. Is it honorable that Jack's got a video that he's fucking masturbating with the thing or whatever? No, it's not honorable.
What was
It's
that? What
not
was
a bit.
that? Why did you deflect to Jack?
What?
Why did you just do that?
What I'm saying is,
Why did you just do that?
We saw this exact behavior out of OTW before he spurred the fuck out.
What I'm saying to you, Cynthia, is a Talcott clip connection is all about bit, non-bit. He's not meaning that you are a degraded person. I didn't say you are a degraded person.
Are you bringing Jack into this
The reason why I brought Jack, since you can't see between the lines because you're so smart, is because if you're criticizing you, Jack also had a video where he's also selling, the shake and the masturbation thing as whatever to feel good. So that means the whole Talcott collection clip is about advertising and making it better for each broadcast. Okay. It's just a marketing tool, for God's sake.
So then how come Snafu and Tommy can't come and help out a broadcast if you can have Cynthia have all that dick talk going on yet again?
They can, but they're very, especially Tommy. I know Snafu Cupcakes a lot. Tommy is very passionate about his ideas and what he believes in terms of Christ and the Bible and what he does. But you look at what he says, it says the other way around. I mean, it's just hypocritical.
You leave that kettle alone, Pot.
You're very judgmental.
Well, hey, so with that video, it's kind of scary too, because now you can feed the AI someone's voice saying like a sentence, and then you can program it to say in your voice whatever it wants you to.
Yes.
So now we're getting that room. They can make your voice say whatever it wants. So things, you know what I mean? That's.
Well, I didn't want to spoil it,
scary.
but I have a
Ian, they've been doing that to Jack.
that I can put on
Talcott
this OBS and do the
clip
same
collection's
thing.
been doing that to Jack.
Paul too. A bunch of people.
Yeah, but it benefits the podcast, doesn't it?
It's creepy. Fuck.
I know, but doesn't Jack and Paul and anybody knows that it does benefit their views? Come on, be honest.
Bro, can you be a man and stand on your own? Why do you have to bring him to every fucking conversation, every point?
Steve, you're missing the point because you're deflecting on your feelings.
You ever wish that you were your own person, Tarek?
You don't have a feeling, Tarek.
I am my own person. All I'm saying to you is,
bro.
You're deflecting because I just brought Paul's name. I said Paul. Jack, you guys just you guys are just in denial.
Okay, if I answer the question, then will you answer my question? Then can we talk about you being your own person after that?
Sure, I can answer any question for you. I'm on the fly all the time, Flo State. I don't have to lie.
I feel like you were already priming up to tell a lie, but
that's not true. No,
what was
That's a lie.
What's your question?
What's your question? Go ahead, I'll answer it for you.
don't you ever wish that you were your own person? Aren't you tired of being like a simp for another man when you could just be your own fucking man and stand on your own 2 feet? What the hell's wrong with you?
So again, I'll answer the question for you. Do you think in any sense I'm not on my own feet? This is where you're different.
100% you're not on your own.
Okay, so I'm not on my
You
own
cannot
feet, right?
keep Paul out of your mouth whatsoever at all.
And that's
Ever.
not true. But that's
It is
not true. But
Go back and watch
so-
the videos. You
All right,
cannot.
all right.
I guarantee you. I bet you $100 you can't go on some panel and not find some way somehow to talk about him.
Mhm.
If you love him,
I
that's
said
great.
that-
We get it.
That's
We
not
understand
true.
it.
I said the other
But you just don't see it.
Okay, I said the other day on Flow State, I think, that why are we always talking about Paul? And I said it also on the Machine Live. I know, but right now the discussion is not me, not me.
The only utility in Paul is as a reference point. Really, what we're trying to talk about is you.
Okay, so
Paul's
talk to
not
me. You said,
significant here.
okay, talk to me again. Hold on. You said I'm not. Steve said that I don't stand on my feet and I'm not a man, whatever the case is, right?
You don't.
What is
No,
a
I didn't say you
man-
weren't a man. No.
Okay, so let me
I
ask you
said
something.
you're not your own man.
I understand that. So you said I'm not on my feet, right? Is that what you said?
You don't stand alone.
I don't stand alone.
I agree
right?
with Sterling Ray. I think a lot of people need someone to idolize and to worship.
You're
and
so
to look
wrong.
up to.
Again, if you're a Christian,
Along those
like you
lines.
say you are, you don't worship any man. Stop saying that. Just because you admire somebody, it does not mean you worship him. Please stop saying that. That's just
okay.
Doesn't fly.
Do you pay all enslaved money though, Tarek?
Oh, yeah,
if
you do.
don't worship him?
Hold on. What I pay, I don't pay. What I contribute to Paul, it's because I contribute to the truth. I told again on the panel, if Paul ever deviates and becomes a bad person and does not stand for the truth, you think I would contribute? You'll be out of your mind.
You can't get your money back, Tarek.
Derek, he just criticized me for showing what he called private communications after having shared Jack's private communications with him. What do you think about that truth?
Again, that's between you both. I don't know all the details, but again, yesterday,
called
Flow State, didn't you say-
Whoa.
Hold
Let
on,
him,
Chuck,
Tarek,
hold on.
Tarek, did you just say you're not going to answer the question again? Nothing to do with you? Answer that shit. Is that hypocritical or no?
Which question?
When he just said he exposed Jack private message, and you heard what he said. You know the shit better than I
he
do.
exposed it. I got you. He exposed it, right?
Okay.
To me, because I don't know all the details, I don't know why he exposed it. I don't know what's been said, so I can't answer that question for you.
Well, I don't know any of the details, but assuming they are true and they each exposed a personal message, is that not hypocritical? That was obvious, Tarek. What's the hold up?
That to me, if that was the case, that wouldn't be fair, or that wouldn't be the right way to do it from my perspective. I don't know which way it goes in terms of what they said, but again.
So if I'm telling the truth, so hold on. If I'm telling the truth, then he was acted dishonorably, but you don't know if I'm telling the truth. Is that what I hear?
Exactly, because I don't know.
Okay.
If you are telling the truth, yes, he'll be dishonorably. Is that what you want to hear? Yes.
I want to know how honorable you are, Tarek. The other night,
Okay,
Flow
you're
State made
asking-
over $100. You said you were going to donate to Paul 10 times that money. So did you give Paul $1,000?
I don't even know. Why would you even ask that question? Because you don't know what I give
You
Paul.
the one who fucking said that you would pay 10 times to Paul,
yes,
whatever Flow
yes.
State made. So you needed to
Yes.
send him at least $1,000. Did you send him $1,000?
So let me ask you, Steve, how would you know I haven't sent them $5,000 already?
No. I want to know if you sent him $1,000 like you said you would, because you said you're an
Again, I
honorable
won't
man,
discuss
right?
that.
You tell the truth.
Again, I won't discuss that.
Oh, now, but you want to
with
discuss it, so you deflect.
No, let me tell
no
you
one
why.
can take any fucking word what you say. You can keep
No,
talking
let
all
me
you
tell
want.
why I
It
won't discuss
doesn't mean
Steve.
anything if you can't show the proof.
Okay, no problem. You're right. I won't discuss that respect to Paul or Jack. If
You brought it up and said this is what you were going to do.
I know I did. But if I tell you how much I contributed to Paul or Jack or anybody else, that means I'm going into their privacy. Maybe they don't want it to be known.
We
I
only
wouldn't
asked
do
about that one
You made it
transaction.
known.
Did you keep your word on that one transaction?
Which the $20?
1,000.
Whatever it was, you never gave me the total. Give me the total and I'll do it. I contribute to Paul all the time. And what I contribute is between me and Paul.
So yes, you're not a man of your word. You weren't
That is
honoring
not
it.
what he
You didn't
is,
do
bro.
it.
Then you're
Oh,
putting
yeah.
words in my mouth.
Tarek,
Obfuscating motherfucker.
can we
Obfuscated motherfucker.
Let me tell you something. I'll say
Tarek.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jack.
Tarek, brother, you've got to recognize that there is a pattern of egoic nonsense that's demonstrated through Paul. You got to recognize that, well, if you can recognize that, well, then you can see how you have been enabling egoic nonsense on Paul's panel.
Okay.
Promoting.
Do he even recognize that Paul has an overinflated ego? Do you even acknowledge that, Terry?
Yes, I do. And Paul even acknowledged that and told
All
you
right,
he
go
has
ahead, Jack.
sometimes.
Okay, I just want to make sure you agree with Jack. Go
No,
ahead, Jack.
Joe, I don't fuck around. I'm straightforward.
Well, the thing is you're not. You're stubborn. You
were saying, I interrupted you. What you were saying, if he does that, had that ego, then he would understand that he's endorsing something, and I cut you off.
I'm going to say it this way to summarize all the contribution. If Paul tomorrow was in need for $10,000, I would send it to him. Did that make sense to you?
Yep.
What if one of us was in need for $10,000?
Do they call that cut?
That was Joe. Hey, what if one of us were in need for $1,000, Terry?
If you're an honorable man, I would do it in a heartbeat.
That's what I wanted to ask from the chat. I might have. You say Paul's an honorable man. Which among us on this panel are honorable men?
Which people besides him are honorable men?
On this panel, I'd like to know how rare he is in
me?
your eyes. Yes. Anybody honorable on this panel?
I think everybody's got some percentage, but to compare to Paul, probably very little.
Wait. No, we're not going to do the comparison, right? You were just saying an honorable man. Are you telling me we don't want to use Paul as the standard?
All right,
if Paul an honorable man, name some other honorable men.
Yes, I'll say for you, Joe, Jack, Steve, Flow State, Chuck, and we'll even include Cynthia and none of you are honorable.
None of us.
My opinion.
One more thing.
Clearly,
can you name a few honorable men other than Paul that some of us know that we can be judged by it. That some of these people on panel might name some other honorable men that some of these guys might know. I want to know how rare Paul is. This is why I'm asking this.
No, what I'm going to tell you is,
that's my question before you tell me whatever you want to tell me. What other honorable men could you point to that other people on this panel will know so they can judge as well?
I don't even know. You have to ask yourself on that question.
I'm asking you, what other honorable men do you know?
That's the same as Paul. Can't think of any others.
Oh, of course. Why do you think? Well, I didn't get the question. Sorry. Why do you think? I got you. Why do you think I stand on the truth by Paul? Why do you think?
I'm not even curious about that right now. I'd like to name you a couple honorable names.
Correct. The reason you do is because you are confused.
You helped
You're
that
so
dude get away.
You're so wrong. You're wrong. I have honorable men in my life.
Besides Paul, remove you from the panel so we
be
can
nice. Be nice. Just the best. Just be nice.
Eric, I'm so embarrassed for you, man.
That's your own opinion. You're entitled for it.
How long?
Oh my God, I'm confused as hell listening to his explanations. Is it just me?
I'm still interested in those other honorable men. You haven't asked my question. Name a few.
I know. Let me speak. Of course, I have honorable men in my life. First would be my father.
I don't know them. Somebody we would know.
No, I don't know anybody that you would know because I don't know
anybody. Very good. That's all. That's what I wanted to know. How high a pedestal you put Paul on. You can't name another motherfucker in all of the 6 degrees of separation here on the internet. It compares to Paul. That says everything. Yeah.
Well, I don't watch 60,000 people every day, Joe. So there may be some honorable men out there. I don't know all of them, but what I see.
Lucky Paul. Lucky you came across Paul, bro. Lucky you came across Paul.
We're showing you yourself.
I think this goes back to what Zetetic Warrior was saying with Ian, is that when does it become an issue when one particular person's truth has to become everybody else's truth? Right?
That's when
it gets a little fucking creepy.
Very good. Who said that? What are you?
I never said, Yolanda.
Enslaved truth.
I never said it has to be forced on you or anybody. There's just my opinion.
You just can't shut the fuck up about it.
No, she's just putting words in my mouth, which is not
you're
true.
The one that has to insert your opinion everywhere you go and put his name behind it.
You asked the question. I answered.
Sam boy.
Exactly, Ian. Exactly.
I'll yield.
Hey, thank you, Tarek. Please, if anything, receive this observation, dude. You're
fucked.
I don't know what it is. Culted. Culted is the accurate word. You're part of this group that has placed Paul on some fucking pedestal where he's convinced you. I think it's through repetition, saying it all day around you.
Somebody
that,
programmed him before. Like,
Did-
this
did-
is the reprogramming of an existing model.
I thought it was really interesting when I told him to reach for someone as honorable as Paul. The first and only cat out of his mouth that he got out was my dad. And yeah, I've been accusing him of calling Paul dad. I thought that
Bro,
was
we can unpack that one forever.
right.
Joe, my own
Hey
father.
guys, can I
I was
share
talking about
something
my
with you
own
for a
father.
second here?
Who's your
Here's the
daddy?
definition of culted. Here's the definition
It
of
has to-
culted.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Great devotion to a person, idea, object, movement, or work. Criticizing how the media promotes the cult of celebrity, especially such devotion regarded as a literary or intellectual fad. The object of such devotion.
I'm not sure I understood that. I thought in order to be
I'm
a
trying to
cult, it
read
had to
what-
have negative effects. Like, if it doesn't have negative effects, it's just a church or a group of guys doing some shit. If it has negative effects, I thought that was part of the definition of cult.
Well, I think we all know what cult means, but I think that in this particular conversation, the word culted has been referred to, and I hear a lot of that description that I just read to you guys. Great devotion to a person or an idea or a movement, right? He's been very consistent with
Great
speaking on that,
devotion.
and that's okay. That's
That's
okay.
interesting.
You can be devoted to that cause. You can have faith in that cause. Good for you, Tarek. But stop fucking coming around and telling everybody else to come up in your what you think everyone else should be doing. You
You're
go from
putting words
panel
in
to
my
panel
mouth that-
telling us all, no, dude, don't make me pull out fucking screenshots. Get with the program.
You can put all the screenshots you want. That was not my message. I'm not forcing anybody to do anything. Just my opinion again.
Hey, Flo, tell me about them
Oh,
screenshots, Flo, when we get an opening. Tell me about them screenshots. I went to your page and his page and tell me what I was just looking at.
Gonna keep banging our head against the wall. He's not gonna get it, guys.
Jack, do you think
No,
you
he's
could
not.
like someone
No,
that
he's
Paul
not.
doesn't like? Do you think you could respect and honor someone that Paul doesn't respect?
Oh,
and honor?
good one. Good one.
do you think I can honor somebody that Paul doesn't respect and honor? Is that what he said?
Yes, that's what she said.
And who would that be if he doesn't respect and honor?
Anybody.
Of
Derek,
course.
have you donated to Jack? Have you donated to Jack?
That's
Jack
not
Talcott.
honorable.
Wait your
Jack
turn.
knows that.
Okay, did
And-
you
and-
donate
You know,
to
it doesn't-
Mitch or did you donate
It
to
doesn't
Mitch
matter
yesterday
who
when you said you
donates.
were going to?
It doesn't matter. You guys, it
I agree
doesn't
with
matter
Yolanda.
who
Hold on.
donates to who.
I know where
Honestly.
he's going with this.
Did he
I
answer
know.
the question, Joe?
Well, give me a second. I just want one more question.
Sure.
It's
Answer
just
your
question. I saw you go on someone's panel and start robbing somebody of their faith by saying, no, they smoke marijuana. And if they're smoking marijuana, well, they can't be true to God or close to God because they're smoking marijuana. And then yet I see you with Paul and I don't think you stop smoking pot. So this is the most honorable.
No. Let him ask the question. I got this. Let him answer
This
the question.
is the
Go ahead,
most
Paul.
honorable man that you find here,
Okay.
and he's akin to your daddy. Is your daddy a
Let him
fucking-
answer
not
the
my
hey,
daddy.
let him
He's not
answer
my
the
daddy.
weed shit. Answer the
Hold
weed
on.
shit.
No. Let me answer that. He asked me the question. Let me answer it.
I'm telling you, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I am against my opinion only that weed does alter your mindset. That means if you're in a church, because that was brought up when somebody was talking about church, I think you hold to a higher standard. You shouldn't be high in any sense, any state of mind. You should always be coherent. Now,
So no standards if you don't go to church.
No, again, I'm gonna speak on that. I'm just saying where that came from because I know where Chuck is going with this. If you don't go to church or not, if you smoke weed, I still think it does mess up with your sometimes the state of mind. But I said that the person that was smoking weed was way out of line, and Paul can actually handle it very well and be alert. I never said it wasn't wrong.
So it doesn't affect Paul as much as it affects everybody else.
Yes. What
100%
other
it
people?
doesn't.
That sounds like a cultured answer.
What other people can smoke weed and you still respect because it doesn't affect them because they handle it so well? Any other weed smokers, or is Paul alone in that category as well?
He doesn't respect anyone besides Paul. We already went
That's
through
not,
that.
no,
Whether they
that's not
smoke
true,
pot or
Jack. I
not.
said, hold on.
Your
I
dad.
said I don't see anybody honorable. Does not mean you don't have any qualifications or
Now
attributes.
apparently
That
he's the only nigga who can hold his
Jeez.
weed. I'd like for you to have to run off a few more motherfuckers who hold their weed like Paul, or is he the only one?
Did you ever
No,
answer
I
the
see
question
I've
about
seen
could you
some people
respect
that can hold their weeds. They do
Name
it in
one.
moderation. They don't get high like you,
Paul,
Joe.
wait. Now that gets high like Paul and can and still keep their wits about them. Someone alone that gets smoke as
Yes,
much as
I
Paul and
know.
still.
I know a couple people, but I'm not around people that smoke weed. In my entire life, I've been around people that coke, weed, whatever, and they do it in moderation and they're alert. They're not fucked up high like you are, Joe, when you get on some of the channels.
Right. Oh, so wait. So Paul does it in moderation, and that's the difference.
What I'm trying to explain to you, does he seem to you that he's not alert when he speaks, when he smokes his reefer? No, he's very alert.
No. I asked the question. Can you answer mine before you ask one? Are you saying Paul does it in moderation?
He's got a high tolerance, so I mean, his tolerance is
sorry.
different than yours.
I'm sorry. What the heck?
Fuck.
You're such a simp, bro. You
No,
look
I know
so
where he's going
pathetic.
with this. I
You
know where
look
he's going.
pathetic,
No, you're
dude.
wrong.
And
I know where he's going
everyone would
with
say you
this.
look pathetic. I can imagine one person that wouldn't say so.
This is a great representation for this fucking. Oh my god!
Even Paul thinks you look pathetic.
This is your best
I normally
moment.
don't like this. It's
Your
just
best.
quite entertaining.
Okay, Jack, you got it. You got it, Jack.
I'm honestly
The blind
thinking
follow
that
the blind.
maybe we can
Right.
have
We know.
as much as I care and I do appreciate Tarek, I think maybe we could have different conversations. First, we tried communicating with Paul. He proved that he wasn't of the mindset of that today. We've been trying with Tarek, who's, well, a very loyal fan.
I'm
He's
afraid
all
his door is
slaved
gone.
up. He's actually slaved up.
I feel like
Yeah.
I learned a lot in this few moments and shit.
That was amazing.
God damn.
Unbelievable. Like
But he
that's
was
Yeah, well,
crazy.
you know, thank God I don't believe in the same God Tarek does because this weed is delicious.
That's a silverback over there.
That's scary, bro.
May
That's a
he
little
strike
scary.
me down.
All right, I'd be embarrassed to say these things about another man.
I am embarrassed listening to these things.
Right?
I'm entertained by it.
Hey,
It is
You
entertaining
say
as
this.
fuck. It was great, Jesse. I agree, Joe. It was fucking great.
Jack, you're doing
I
a
don't-
great job. You've mended a lot of fences today. You haven't gotten too upset. And look at how long you been going that we've all been on here. Good job, Jack.
Yeah, you haven't gotten cranky. You haven't tried to shut it down. You haven't started self-massaging, I don't think.
Yes, I came up
Yeah.
to you and
Yes.
you didn't shut it down after I came up.
I know
Yeah.
you even kept it going after Joe got
I
here.
was totally shocked, bro.
Thanks for the reminder. Hey, it is time to go.
Ah, shit.
No, actually, I am open. I'm flexible. I'm enjoying this. I don't know about the productivity level, but I am enjoying this. And
And if
I
you need to
think
take
that
a
it
break,
was very
Jack, you can
productive
always
today,
bounce
Jack.
out for like a little bit and let this thing go on. If you need some food, you need to go to whatever, do your thing. If this is still, like happening, lots of energy going, you don't actually have to shut it down for it to continue on.
This panel won't get out of hand.
no, there's some beautiful people here. And everyone has been patient. Tarek is in the back. I mean, I don't I think I
He
honestly
wouldn't get
think
out of
that
hand
is
with
the
answer
Put him
Tarek
out of
in
his,
my
there. He
question.
wouldn't get out of hand with Tarek was
put him
here.
out of his
Wasn't that?
misery. Save
He
him from
never
himself
answered
at this
my
point.
question though.
Oh,
Oh, there goes Cynthia.
Was there a question, Cynthia?
Did
Oh,
he ever
hey,
respect somebody that Paul didn't respect?
I thought he did answer that one. Let me
Did he?
see
What did he
that.
say?
and
He said, of course, but then he couldn't think of anybody.
Oh, okay.
Hey, and Cynthia,
That laugh.
Cynthia, when you were talking about that clip, I had not watched it yet. I am a fan of the work of Talcott Clip Collection.
Oh, it's not
but
even a good one.
it's
He just
not
threw it
okay.
together in one night. I feel like I was like, y'all have excellent TCC films.
Like his
Mine
one
was
of
just
joke,
thrown together. I'm insulted. I even said, this is lackluster, bud.
his
My
one of
favorite
Joe Cool
TCC
was
clip is on Joe
amazing.
Cool. Yeah,
That was dope.
Yeah,
That
that
always
was
took a
good.
long
it had a
fucking
good
time.
beat. He dropped that beat, and it was that's gold. That's
A
gold.
talented fuck. Cynthia, I
All
went
right,
over to your
Tarek. I
channel and
guess,
I think
hey,
I
Tarek,
saw
answer
something
the
like
question then. My mistake. Maybe I mixed it up with all your other answers.
Sorry.
All right. The question asked if I know anybody else honorable, right? Besides Paul. And I answered it for you. I said
No.
first, I got cut
That
off. I
wasn't
said
it.
first
not
it
the
would be my
question.
own father. Okay? My own father.
That wasn't
that.
the
That wasn't
question,
the
though.
question.
I
He's
know
saying
I'm
anybody
gonna
else
explain
that
to you.
comes on Tark. He's saying anybody else that you've seen on any of these panels. Do you see them as an
Panels?
honorable person?
Panels. Trying to think who I watched that's honorable. No, I don't see anybody.
Cynthia, is that the question, or do you want to ask it again?
I'm being honest. I mean, you want the honest? I don't
He
see
is
anybody.
being honest. This is so
Oh,
fucking crazy.
holy, you trolling us, Joe.
He's
Praise
not
God,
though.
right
He's
there.
not
Praise
trolling.
God. Praise
He's
God.
being honest. He is.
I am being
Tarek, have
honest.
you ever
yeah.
met Paul? Have you ever met Paul?
I don't have to meet Paul in person to know how he is.
Oh
Really?
my God.
Really?
You're
This is
right.
getting
You're
spooky.
right, Tarek. You're right. All you have to do is be honest to know how Paul is.
And you won't do that.
Oh, holy shit.
I
You
think
place
he thinks he's
Paul on
being
a
honest, Jack.
pedestal.
I think he thinks he is. That's the
Yeah,
fucking crazy
I
thing.
think so. I will. Yeah, I go for
He
that.
is being
Believe me, I don't lie. I don't like sit and calculate this shit. There's things I calculate, like people that would probably try to hack me and do other
All
shit.
right,
Yeah.
Tarek. All right, let me try to bring you back down. I was trying to reveal what they already knew, which is that you are what you think about Paul.
Culted, right?
All right. But
I'm
let me stray away. We on that Paul shit. Let me stray away a little bit. I'm gonna take Paul out of it a little bit because I just want to talk to you. If you see another person doing that, the way you think about Paul, do you worry about them? They worship, a one guy like that. He's very distinct, and someone else going that direction. Does it
We
give
never
you a red
worry.
flag or alert?
Do I worry about a person if he's honorable? Is that what you're asking me?
I think I expressed that horribly. Do you see that trait in other people? When I see people worshiping someone the way you do, it's a red flag to me.
Yes,
It's
but you're calling
worrisome.
it worship. Again, it's not a worship. I don't worship nobody.
Okay, whatever you want to put any word in there.
Admire, and support, and always stand by the truth.
all of that. Yes. Oh, you. All right. I don't want to get into. Do you see? Yeah. I'm doing a poor job. Somebody else. I'm doing
No,
a
it's
poor
fine.
job
But Tarek,
expressing myself.
you have done more devotional things more talking about. I've never heard you talk about God that you supposedly believe in a fraction of the amount or a fraction of the devotion.
Again, I think when you talk about God, because say, for example, I'm Muslim or Christian, whatever, you can see it in front of your eyes with all the wars. They're using God to kill each other and for different reasons.
I'm not religious. So I'm not expressing my God. I'm talking about your God.
My God and everybody, whoever, that follows the Abraham religion is the same God. That's why I don't say I'm a Muslim. I don't say I'm a Christian, whatever, because I already know what they're doing to us. They want us to fight and kill each other. It won't happen.
I dig it. I like it. I feel you on that.
I agree with that, but that doesn't really address the point I was making.
I'm sure it
Okay,
does.
what's your point? Do I talk about God? Why do I need to talk about God? I only talk about God through the truth. That's the only way you can be presented.
How about Paul's purpose, Tarek? What about Paul's purpose? Is he known for bringing people together?
You can't bring people together that are dysfunctional and lie all the time, like you, Steve, and others.
All right. Let me ask you another question, Tarek.
Nice
Anybody honorable now? You can name celebrities, superstars. I gotta know what level Paul is. Name someone else as honorable as Paul.
Well, you already know celebrities are not honorable because they follow any entity
Just
that means
give
they
me-
worship the devil.
All right, just give me anybody. I don't need trying to make it difficult.
Anybody?
Yes.
I'm sure there's some honorable men out there. I'm not saying he's the only one. Of course there is.
You're having trouble naming one honorable man other than Paul. Just
What about a
saying.
fictional character?
I
Is
don't
Yoda
watch, I
as
don't
honorable
watch
as
the
Paul?
TV. I'm sorry, Joe. The reason why I threw my
hell.
TV and everything out long time
So
ago. I
you've
don't
never
watch
read
TV.
a fucking book, anything. No one is
Of
as
course,
honorable
of
as
course,
Paul.
of course. If I
Give
go,
me
oh my
somebody.
God.
I would love to hear Tarek give one piece of information of why he thinks I'm a liar.
Well, I mean, you lie. I mean, that's a fact.
About what? Good job, buddy. Way to go.
Great
And
information.
Steve, to make you feel better,
Came with the receipts on
I
that.
feel enlightened.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
to make
it.
you
Okay,
feel
Tarek,
better.
here, let's do this one. Paul or Abraham? Who's more honorable?
Okay, again, hey, I'll answer the question, Flow State. There's no, you can't even compare the two because the people before Paul, all the Abraham and them and messengers that came before, they're not comparable. Even Paul said it on his broadcast the other day. You don't compare yourself to the people that paved the way for you.
Why every time you're about to say anything slightly not in Paul's praise, do you preface it with even Paul says so? I don't want to hear you do that at all, man. I want you to say what you think on your own.
Can't do it. He can't
I'll
do
do
it.
it for you. Abraham is way more honorable than Paul. All the prophets and everybody that came on the truth before him were more honorable than Paul.
Is Paul a prophet, Derek? Do you think Paul is a prophet? Do you think he's ordained?
No, again, how you define a prophet because you're mentally delusional or brainwashed is somebody that
No,
provides
your
the
definition.
message.
By your definition.
My definition, anybody that actually says the truth in words and does it and speaks it and live it is prophesying and being a prophet.
Is Paul
What
a
if they're a
prophet?
hypocrite?
No,
What if
he's
they're
not a
hypocrite?
prophet in terms of
Sorry?
divine. He's not a prophet in
Sorry?
terms of being a divine. Yes.
Sorry. What if they show themselves as a hypocrite?
Then show
What
me
if
where
they-
they're a hypocrite and I'll make that decision
Okay.
for you.
Private
Well,
conversations already did.
Tarek, is he your daddy?
No, we ain't got it.
Again, how many times we have to go over this?
There's
I
a
only got
girl in the
one
chat
father,
who has
bro.
secondhand embarrassment for you. Consider that.
But you see, like every 6 months or something, there's like a new group of like the super beta boys next to Paul, and they're the first on the panel to be like him.
Is
He's
that
the new
true?
round, but it's just I just see like he's the main one right now. But next month there'll be a bunch of more little beta boys. Trust me.
But again, you
Now
guys,
she's
you guys
mentioned
like
it. Yeah, I do see some motherfuckers who played that role, and I know motherfucker.
Here, let's move on to solutions.
OTW
We're
is
trying to have an
caught
intervention on Tarek and save
OTW
his
is
soul.
I know, and actually, folks, that is the solution. Is actually an intervention. If we can't, if Paul is unreachable, which he is, he's created these fucking walls and rules for everybody else. Then
Can't believe Yolanda had a different opinion of Snaps and Tommy than him. That's fucked.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, yeah. That's good discernment. That's good discernment on Yolanda. Woo!
No, that's just because
no,
she
no,
didn't see it the
no.
way you
Oh,
saw
Said they were
no.
entertaining.
He better not woo me.
Get him,
Because
girl.
that is not what I said. He keeps on taking everything I say out of context, but I'm waiting for him when he gets back on panel over at Paul Enslaved. As soon as Snafu Snaps goes up or Tommy goes on there, and I want to have Tarek reprimand Paul for having them up on panel.
Yeah.
I said to you, he
Tarek,
has them to embarrass them, to mock
leave
them.
you out in the wind. He is
Right.
going to fold on
Tarek,
you.
Tarek has, just like Paul, they've got excuses for everything. It's
Yeah, but
just,
this isn't about
it's
Paul. This is
not-
about Tarek. Tarek is the brown noser here. Fucking
Well,
go on.
Yeah.
Tarek is supposedly present here, but
But Jack, I never said that Paul is, when he has him on panel, that is like a great thing that he's doing. I think he has a different mindset where he's making it more
Tarek,
entertaining.
Hey, Tarek. Let me offer this.
Go ahead.
What I have witnessed is Paul creates his safe space with his echo chamber of people that, you know, he allows. He's got enough, they've got enough of a yes man quality. And Tarek, it amazes me how many of you guys will sit there for hours while he does his narratives and entertains just chaos. So, Tarek, if we want this world to change, do you think it's best to entertain, to complain and gossip, or do you think, and to restream, right? You got to be able to see that. The restreaming and complaining about other creators.
Yeah.
Hey, Tarek, are you afraid? Oh, here's what I'm afraid of.
I'm not afraid of anything, but go ahead.
I don't want to go around. I'm afraid that if Paul shit in someone's hand and he gave you an excuse why he did it, you'd sell it to us. That's what I'm afraid of.
That's not true, Joe. I said to you, if I ever see Paul, say Paul one day fucks up and goes back to be a heroin addict, and God, I hope it doesn't ever happen, but say it does, whatever, or he does.
You will never see it. You understand? You'll never see it. He will give you an excuse and you'd sell it to us.
Okay, so hold on. I'll give you another scenario. Say he becomes famous one day and he becomes a totally different person. Do you think I would support him? The answer is a definite no.
So we ain't got to talk about shit futuristic that we don't know. Let's say you didn't like motherfuckers who smoke weed and you thought they was off their square, and Paul did it and he gave you an excuse for it. I say you'd buy it and sell it to us.
That's not true. I never said I don't
That's
like
exactly
the
what
person.
you did.
No, let me rephrase.
Hold on. Let's ask.
Let me answer one question at a time, because now you're
hold
jumping.
on. Well, yeah, but you won't answer any of them. They're fucking.
I am answering.
You know what,
He
you
said,
guys?
I don't like.
It's okay, because he's been asking all of us in the chat questions for so many weeks. You go for it. Ask every motherfucker.
Hold on. I will yield and be respectful to everybody like I always am. Go ahead.
Tarek, you're calling Paul respectable. You're calling him honorable. You're calling him all these highbrow things. But look, months ago, I'm dealing with a lot of things in my life, and then all of a sudden I click the wrong button, and without my shirt on, I end up for 2 seconds on camera with my belly hanging out. And the
could have been worse.
The next day, I'm the fucking meme for Paul, my 600-pound life. Now, you think that's honorable? Now, it could have just been fucking lost in the chat or in a stream, but Paul wanted to. I don't know him. It wasn't on his stream. The fucking guy's not my friend. He's a dick.
If Paul told him that you deserved it, Scott, he's gonna say
no. That's not true, Joe. Hold on.
Right. Go donate some more money to him, Tarek, because you're fucking miffed.
Okay, no problem. You asked me the question. Can I answer, or you just asking it for me?
Please do. Tell me how I deserve that while I was taking care of my dying mother.
All right. So I don't know the whole story. But if it makes sense
that's
to you,
basically the whole story. That's
that's the whole story.
Jack Talcott. How much more of this do we want to listen to Tarek do? Honestly,
somebody's water is boiling.
Let's hear you answer that question. Is that honorable?
I got cut off, so I'm respecting everybody's.
Run your mouth. Fucking do it. Answer one goddamn question.
Scott,
lower your energy a little bit.
God's bringing
I am
the
ready to move on from
No,
Tarek.
he can talk loud. He's guys emotions.
Tarek, hey Tarek.
Yes.
Maybe recognize that Scott probably has a little righteous anger at some of the disrespect that's unprovoked, unnecessary disrespect that's been offered to him. by the man you claim to be so fucking honorable. So do you think it's honorable what Paulie Boy did?
Yes, and let me say, I'm gonna answer the question for you. I said Paul is an honorable man. I didn't say he's perfect, he doesn't make mistakes.
All right.
But name a few of those mistakes. Name a few of the most glaring. Name a few of the most glaring mistakes that come to mind.
I'm going to allow us to move on. I think.
I think that we need to, for his own good, just like put him out of his misery.
You're right.
Just put him out of his
And
misery.
you know, I have to hand it to Tarek. He's his #1 fan, so I would love to have a #1 fan follow me around and helping me
That's
out.
creepy. That's
I
fucking
would love
creepy.
to break him out of that shit. It's a bad look. I would love to break him out of it without being cruel and I
Tarek,
may
you
be
just heard it from the men.
no, I don't know if that's even okay.
What if Paul ever decides he doesn't want Tarek around? How's Tarek going to handle that?
Stalker shit. That's right. Oh my God, it's gonna be weird.
If the only honorable man you know, besides your dad, rejects you, what's that?
Yeah, but if you keep sending him all that money, he's not going to get
That's true. That's true.
You know,
that'd be a
and
fun
another
experiment,
thing, I
Tarek.
think
Cut him off. See how that goes.
I found it interesting that Paul didn't come up and try to help him at all.
No,
he's embarrassed.
That doesn't even register with him.
I mean, you could have brought
well,
Lugas
I've heard him
up
a
here.
couple of
Would have been better.
times say that he didn't like it that he did that. So
Well, I was
Bring it
gonna ask
on.
that.
Bring it
Very
on,
good. I hope to hear that shit.
Here,
I
let me
don't believe
jump
it
in.
though. I mean, I could
Just Flo,
go
please.
ahead.
Paul was unable to come up if he wanted to because the panel has been full for a while. And Tarek, I respect you, I care about you, but your closed mind has been a disruption for a while, and your stubbornness has prevented us from really moving forward with conversations. So I'm actually going to kick you from the back. You're welcome to join another time, but today I think it's time to move on from this.
Think how much we've learned from observation of tonight, though. That's crazy.
Yeah, I would not.
My head blown.
Yeah, I would not say that like he wasted time or whatever he was trying to blah blah blah. I can see kicking him because the conversation was going around in circles, but I didn't see him there disrespectful. It was interesting as fuck to hear them crazy out. Who gets to hear people that are so entranced like that? I won't run into a motherfucker like that for the next year and a half.
I can't believe I have
Joe Cool. We all have our own favorite truther.
every fucking time something like this happens. I don't have my insanity pimp fucking label there.
Hey, Jack.
Yes,
this
brother.
is great.
Can I just respond to what Scott just said there and show you the difference? So
Feel free.
I, as you know,
yourself. Yeah.
I, as you know, am a fat fuck. Okay, and we use that terminology. Are you going to cut me off or let me respond?
Please continue.
Please allow.
So the difference between me and you is if I was not only a fat fuck, but such a dumb fuck that I film myself with my shirt off online, I would take accountability for my dumb, fat fucking ways. I wouldn't blame others for it happening, and I wouldn't use my dying mother for sympathy. That's the difference between us. I'm a man, you're a bitch.
I don't think he blamed.
There's only one us, Paul.
Can we bring Tarek back up now and ask him again?
I don't think he blamed you for making it happen, Paul. I think he blamed you for replaying it and broadcasting and making fun of him. I think that was his accusation.
For making it a fucking meme for
that
his
was his
day.
accusation.
Tarek, we have a new question for you.
Asshole, dickhead.
It was an instant and then taken just for the purpose of content.
Literally.
And that's what it is.
Clickbait is what it is. He's a dick.
Yep.
No, Paul, accountability is what me doing a stream about you buying subs is like.
Yeah. Accountability, Paul. Stand up and show us your fat fucking belly.
Let's go. Let's see it.
Dick.
That's the only way to be honorable.
Yep, stand up. Let's see that perfect circle you make, you fat fuck.
I bet it's huge. He spends so much time sitting.
Oh my God, he is not pear shaped anymore. It's a perfect circle.
Hey, everyone is made different shapes, and we don't need to be making fun of
I
the
know
shape
you guys are
people are
mad.
living in.
Yeah, you guys are mad.
I have a right to be, Joe. This is kind of fucking.
Scott, I agree, Scott. I was offended when I saw what Paul did.
It's a pecker-headed move, and if he doesn't realize that, there's people out there that have been shot for much fucking less. You dumb son of a bitch.
Yep. And what Paul doesn't recognize is that
I don't need to look for him.
At some point, he may offer some toxicity to someone who doesn't have the strength. And when that happens, if that happens, Paul, you'll have a big fucking wake up. Dude.
No, he might have a good night nap.
It's funny how he already knows that, though. Why do you think he's so secretive with his
arrogance? Is what he is. Secretive, he's not. He's out in the open.
No, he's hidden. Physically,
Well,
he's very avoidant.
Yes, it's a pattern of denial. It's the egoic insecurity. People like Paul will very evasively move around what is true, obfuscate what is true, deflect and distort what is true. He's brilliant at it, and many people are learning.
Do you think we can have maybe something better to talk about?
Yes. Surrender.
When you measure your penis, how far back on your taint do you start?
Dude, like halfway up the back.
Asshole.
Hey, Jack, I was trolling you in the chat. I was trolling you in the chat when you say, listen, guys, I'm trying to teach y'all how to surrender. I thought that was so egoic crazy, but maybe I'm thinking maybe you were doing that thing where you talk to like the crowd and shit. I thought you was telling these guys on the panel, listen, I'm trying to teach y'all how to surrender. But maybe it was doing, something else, not it.
Talcott did a little bit of a art of war thing with his surrendering, I think.
I agree with Jack. I think people, once they learn how to surrender, you can see it even on a panel. Once they've been to such a point in their lives that they have to surrender themselves completely and give themselves to whatever they believe in, it makes a person so humble that it just resonates out of them. And you can see on panels who has had that experience.
Who's been humbled?
Seriously, to escape from our own individual issues, this world does teach us to be tough, and that's part of the story. We've all got to toughen up ourselves. Doesn't mean we got to go out of our ways to make things more challenging for others and make sure they're tough like us. We got to toughen up ourselves, and we toughen ourselves up through confidence. That's the best way to toughen up. You toughen yourself through confidence, and confidence comes through memories of achievement, not the bullshit negativity that people in the world want to offer you.
Preach.
Welcome, Mitchell.
How much you want to bet tomorrow he'll show that fucking meme in that picture?
Hold on. Jack was cooking.
Yeah, he was cooking about confidence, Jack. I love it. I like to give confidence to Yolanda. You came up here. You're new on the scene. You definitely held your own. So you should take that confidence. We should see more of you. I think you did a really good job. But
Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Steve. Take care. See you around.
Thank you, Steve.
I appreciate that. Yeah, you guys give a space for more women. And I say women, and I'm not doing a Me Too movement, because you can see that these panels are lacking in women on the panels. So thank you, Jack, for giving us a space that we feel that we can come up here and try to communicate things with you. I really appreciate that. And I also don't want Paul and Slave to think that there's a lot of hate coming from over here because what's happening on this panel is absolutely what happens on his panel day after day. It's just in a different form, but it's the same thing.
It really is.
We don't hate him. He's just gay.
No. You know,
It's
I
just the
think
same
many
thing.
of us,
I'm sorry, Jack. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I think many of us hold hope for some change. That we see, he's a great guy. He's got a lot of admirable qualities. And Paul, I hope you don't take it as this is a place of hate towards you, because it's not. And
it certainly is. It's very similar to what goes on over there. It's very fucking similar, I
Joe,
think, right?
Okay, Joe, there are similarities.
What, Dad? Motherfucker with that tone, Joe. What, Dad?
Joe?
Fuck off.
Hey, Joe.
Joe, if you get kicked out on this one, I'm going down with you, buddy.
There are similarities, but there are clear distinctions. Seriously. The intention and the energies in which these conversations are being had. I mean, while Tariq was being asked to defend himself quite a bit, and he may have felt attacked, it was still, he presented himself civilly. And
Wait. All this shit is attack, right? Flo's mad, fucking high. I don't want to have to read the names, but everybody on this left-hand side, mad. You're all kicking in, taking a chance to kick in a little bit of them because you're fucking angry at them. You're giving some get back. He's gonna say the same thing if I go over there. I'm just giving what they get at me. It's very similar.
Okay, so thank you. You're probably presenting what Paul and maybe others are feeling. So
I think also a difference is that we do it when they're around. We don't talk about people when they're not around. You don't. Like you.
What? Who does something different than someone else?
Yeah, we hit and miss on that. But what would change that? What would show that, the conversations are actually being had out of care with the hopes that
over here, yeah, maybe in some facets, on some levels. Mostly it's just to troll Paul and give him shit, right?
No. I saw this
earlier,
as
yeah, Jack was trying to have everybody on panel and be able to work things out as adults, but apparently our egos, which we all have.
We knew that was doomed to fail. That's our opportunity to go in on Paul and give him shit all fucking night.
Joe.
Yeah.
Don't assume that.
Dog.
Okay? Joe.
No, I'll assume what I like. Go ahead, but give me evidence to the contrary.
You will.
Okay, so give me your evidence and don't tell me what to think. Just give me what your point of view is.
Damn it.
This wasn't a hey, let's get together and bitch about Paul. My intent.
Yeah, you got the group text. You got the group text, right? It said, "Hey, Paul, at Jack's tonight." Yeah.
No.
Love Mitch.
Hey,
Love Mitchell.
now you guys are deluded if y'all ain't gonna tell me that this is a beat up on Paul session. Y'all finna pull a fucking whoever.
It was kind of a beat up on Tarek's session, or like a Tarek intervention. I view it as more of an intervention on Tarek. Paul just happens to position himself as the object.
Yeah,
exactly.
Listen, get y'all.
Joe, did you see him come on panel tonight?
I did not.
Joe.
Paul, you talking about?
Yeah, Paul. Yes, he's been on here a couple times or a few times tonight. So
yeah. Excuse me.
He had the opportunity to come up here and say what he had to say. So it's not just a beat up on Paul's session.
Well, they came up here to beat up on Snafu and Tommy. That's how everybody got up here. Is Yolanda had an opinion, they didn't like it.
Oh, that's right.
10-4.
That is right.
I forgot all about it. See, it's in the meta past. I'm in the meta present.
Amen. There's something to be said about that, about letting go of the past and living now for the future. And Joe,
yeah.
After all the conversations we've shared together and that you've heard from me,
yeah,
there's not hate towards Paul.
Well, I don't mean that. I'm saying it's exactly the same as over there. I don't think y'all hate him. He hates y'all.
Joe, consider this distinction. Over there, it's done for the purpose of content or under the guise of content. It's embraced and promoted.
What do you
Almost.
think? What do you think Flo said? Maybe I'm lumping you guys in a little bit here, but I saw his thumbnail on your shit. I saw Flo talking about, I forgot, the sellers getting subs. That was to troll him.
It was to bring to light some of the inconsistencies, some of the clear contradictions in what's being shown.
Sounds very similar to what Paul would say over there about you cats.
Okay,
but remember,
but
you get the energy back.
I don't have any action or any channel to do that. So no, that wouldn't be fair to say with me.
True.
And you get the energy.
Okay. I'm sorry. If we're gonna live in the meta present, right, and we're not gonna live in the meta past.
Praise God.
Yolanda, that's a present statement.
With all of this,
that'll be brought up tomorrow.
Let
Most
her
likely
finish.
by him.
and you know what? I feel really bad that everybody's seems to had some kind of experience with Paul enslaved. Regardless of what is said, how it was said, we all learned from that lesson, right? And manifested it in whatever ways that we could to move forward. I'm not saying that's a good thing or that it's a bad thing, but if you've got the strength to try to manifest it into something good, no evil shall prosper, right? You'll be able to stomp that.
Earlier I was going to say I don't give a fuck about it, but then they cut me off because I cut you off.
Yeah, well, you cut her off, so stop it, Scott.
Flo, okay, whatever.
Put your ass down till she's done. Jesus Christ. You want to have sausage fest up here all the time?
It's not.
Scott, it's okay. I understand. It was really fucked up what happened to you. It was.
You're picking it out like it was a conversation, though. The guy took a snapshot from someone else's stream of me without a shirt on.
We know, Scott.
We understand. It was awful.
All right, Scott, please. Sometimes things are unresolved. Please find resolve within yourself.
I don't really care. It's the fact that
I know. Can I please get a point out?
That was wise what you just said. Sometimes things go unresolved. Please find resolve within yourself. You dropped the jewel on him at the right time. Listen to what he just said. Yeah.
Praise God.
Praise God.
I wanted to actually recognize Mitchell. He's been patient.
Yes.
Mitchell typically brings.
Yes.
He likes to
Welcome,
bring.
Mitch.
I came to stir up some shit a little bit. And
All right,
it's about fucking time, man. It's been boring as shit.
Yeah, it's getting a little too cupcakey up here.
Come on in, Mitch. Yeah.
All right, Jack.
Come on, Mitch.
So, forget all the little minuscule details, but I just wanted to bring to your attention that time that you were over at Paul's participating in a Bash Me Fest, and you paid money to Paul to talk some shit on me. I just can't see what I can't even get you to buy me a $2 cheeseburger from McDonald's. You know,
he's a diabetic.
I'm fucking hungry out here. I'm a homeless broke man. And poor broke
he's a
loser
Christian
failure.
rapper. His ride left him behind.
And you won't even fucking buy me a cheeseburger, man. Come
Unbelievable.
This
Who do you mean?
Okay, you heard the men. Somebody drop that Cash App down in chat. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get those double cheeseburgers for Mitchell.
All right, here I got you.
There you go. There you go.
With a supersized French fry. Let's go.
I honestly wanted to fuck with Jack a little bit and
That's
see
the new one. He's got a new
but
one.
But I wanted to see how he responded. Honestly, like joking aside, I wanted, what. Honestly, how do you feel about that? Like, what changed to where you're at now, and now you're like on this righteous indignation path of,
Can you be more specific? Now I think you were trying to say something heavy that I missed. Can you say it again and encapsulate?
Well, basically what I'm getting at is like, he used to be over there at Paul's and, participate for hours on end, bashing me or whoever,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And
first of all, let me interrupt. Do you agree with that, Jack? Before he continues, do you agree with that? You was over there bashing niggas, including Mitch.
I've spent hours over there, and I have laughed along with Paul as he's made fun
Might
of
be a
us.
little different.
I
Let's not
don't
sidestep. Have you
remember. I
bashed?
don't remember with Mitch though.
All right, continue, Mitch. If
But
you
go ahead, please.
Yeah, it might be a little bit. I might be exaggerating. You might be onto
okay,
something there,
okay,
Joe. I might be
okay.
exaggerating a
Appreciate it.
little bit.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, the bashing maybe not so much, but you're participating in the
I would
bashing.
assume he was joining in. That's all I was trying
Yeah,
to get it. Yeah.
yeah, maybe not so much directly, like, but yeah, I recall a time where he paid money to talk shit on me, like a super chat or
I
whatever.
agree.
And
Oh, not me.
He certainly
yeah,
doesn't
No.
remember. He's sincere. He doesn't remember.
well,
If
that's
I
all right. It
did,
wasn't a big deal. That's why, like, the
okay.
minuscule details aside, I wanted to focus on,
Yes, the
like,
change.
yeah,
The
what's
change.
different? Yeah.
Oh, that's dope, especially considering the other guy who was here. That's dope.
He
You
thought
know,
that super chat was positive, though.
If that was
Yeah.
a joke, it was funny as fuck. No, it wasn't a joke. All right.
you know, I don't know. Paul does pull a lot of bits, and maybe I got into one of the bits he was playing with you. And if I did, I assure you it was not ill intended. It is to join in the fun. What has changed? I've spent hours over there, and part of that was trying to figure out how to succeed. My goal was to try and communicate with him, to try and co-create, collaborate. And then I started seeing him less as an opportunity and more of a problem in my life. But I don't believe in running from problems or avoiding problems. I believe in confronting problems. And so that brought more of my time and attention to him. But as things have progressed, I've been losing faith in him. I've lost faith in my ability.
I thought you were trying to exacerbate your problems. Go back and keep bringing on more problems.
No, trying to find resolve, because my opportunities, each of us, we do not have a lot of control over who comes in and out of our lives.
Yes,
just because someone may
we have
pass
control over
through
who
your
goes
life.
out.
Hey, Mr. Snowball Walnuts, I want to make a request before you sign off tonight. We definitely want to see the Hollywood pictures of you fucking tearing it up in Hollywood again. Fucking looking like you're fucking tearing it up. Snowball Walnut in Hollywood.
I gotta go. Snaps, good to see you. I wish you were here earlier. Thanks for everybody for a good night. Later,
Flo,
panel.
I want to say
Later,
before you
Flo.
leave, Flo, I'm glad you noticed that. I really was on there trying to get the chick to just get a hold of someone, blah, blah. Yeah. I was really surprised to see how Tarek and fucking Paul tried switching the story up. And I'm proud of Yolanda fucking putting her truthio out there. She ain't letting anyone fucking change it up however she fucking feels, and that's what it's about. And Snowball Walnuts, before you sign off, we want to see you tear it up in Hollywood again.
But hold on, Snaps. Before I go, I want to like give you props for that, because you were the only one I saw trying to take care of her, and JG showed a little bit of concern.
Right,
but
she
yeah,
was
for sure.
She was obviously reaching out, trying to get help, and I was surprised they tried switching the story, like beyond switching the story. And what it was is Paul didn't like what he heard. Paul didn't like the fucking attention not being brought on him, and Tarek neither. But Snowball Walnuts, great stream, dude. Numbers are up, man.
My point was to give you props for caring enough, even though it was going to backfire on you, and it was predictable, you know. Anyways,
thank you.
And later, chat. I'm simulcasting this, so I'm gonna let it run to my stream until you end it. It's gonna stay up. So.
And Jesse, you could email me anytime you want, bro. Just go to my channel, look in the description. Email me if you want, brother.
I was gonna say an email, but I'll put it in the private chat.
Okay, my
See,
email.
Jack,
I'll
it's a
put it in
new
there.
season. It's a new season, Jack. What up, Snap?
Every
Hashtag
day.
truth, yo. What up?
Yolanda, you've been tearing your truthio up, man, and keep doing it. It's good to see new players come in the game, especially those with genuine, real shit. You know, just putting their truthio out there, and I got respect for everyone up here. So, Scott, you got to kind of like worry because your bobblehead, the shirtless bobblehead with pepperoni nipples, it will be a seller.
I know.
So just remember, it's gonna happen. So I have 2 lawsuits going against me. But anyways,
listen. Go ahead. Cynthia wants one, huh?
Snaps. Did he leave? He left.
Oh, Jack kick him. Put him up. He's okay. That's all right. He doesn't want to talk to Cynthia.
I guess he left.
Oh, well.
I think we're beefing.
You're beefing.
Holy cows.
He's got to be careful and messing with Yolanda because she's going to be the new producer around here, producer Yolanda. So
No. That will not be happening.
You might have a wrench here before you know it.
I do. I got gifted the wrench. My tool chest getting a little heavy.
Look out. Look out. Here we got the producer stepping up.
Hey, let me make this for the record. I do welcome the feminine energies to join. Thank you for. I think Cynthia may have led the way, and Sarah. And
Cynthia's brought that quite well, and Sarah as well. Definitely.
And thanks God for the
y'all made
feminine
it
energy.
safe
Thank you, Scott.
place.
Hey, absolutely. I
Actually,
can't help but help you.
Hey,
Y'all make the
legitimately.
Take my shirt off, Joe. Just let me know.
Okay, Jack, you go for it.
Well, legitimately, Cynthia, thank you. I mean, I was talking about that recently. Legitimately, I believe that is the role of a man. We should be able to create a place where women and children feel safe to express themselves, to grow into themselves freely.
Yeah.
And that requires us setting ourselves free of our judgment, of our little weak need for control.
That's a good one. Yes, I keep hearing that over and over again tonight. Other people trying to control other people.
I'm trying to
And I agree with you, Jack. I think it's really great that you've got feminine energy up here because God's creation has male and female energies, and together they create life, they create magic. And so we're meant to coexist and be able to ride off of each other's energies. So salutes to you for allowing us to have a place to be able to do that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
I agreed with her. Absolutely. She's right. You do need an even balance.
We all do. This is part of what I think is the common dysfunction of us is we've normalized imbalances. Myself, in hindsight, I don't know clearly where they started, but I have theories. I had women issues. I used to objectify women, place them below me and then place them up on pedestals and all sorts of just nonsense. I had been suppressing and judging the feminine aspects, and I didn't know what I was missing. Guys, the strength required to accept, that is the divine power, man. And acceptance is the first step to overcoming. We've got to be able to accept that this is real and then start thinking a way around. And I think that's where the feminine inspiration, the idea of the muse, that's where it comes in. If we can start balancing ourselves and with each other, holy shit, this whole world will transform like that.
Jack, don't feel bad. Most men have problems with women, but ironically, so do most women.
Well, you're taking one step ahead of the game, Jack, in that you're allowing us both to coexist and learn from one another and our paths over here. And you will find that all those things that have confused you about women, the more women you allow up here, the more it might make more sense to you, because it doesn't even make sense to me, and I'm a woman.
Hey, you know what? That's part of I don't know if it's unique from my experience, but I've been blessed. I've met some incredibly strong and inspiring women who were role models. I mean, I admired them for who they were, the strength and the wisdom they showed. So I've been blessed to learn from men and women in my life. It took me a while to to actually start seeing the good. But
did you ever hear about the guy that found the genie bottle along the beach in California?
No,
She
what
picked it
happened
up,
to
he
him?
rubbed it, a genie popped out, and he said, "I'll give you one wish." The guy said, "I've never been to Hawaii. I'd love to go to Hawaii, but I'm afraid to fly. Could you build me a bridge to Hawaii?" And the genie's like, "Oh, fuck. Are you kidding me? Are you sure that's what you want? Is there anything else?" He goes, "Well, I don't know. I'd like to understand women." He goes, "You want that bridge 2 lanes or world?"
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. I've heard.
I think that's part of the conditioning, just to keep us separated. Women are a mystery, but so are men. There's a mystery that we can each discover about ourselves, and then we can share the good parts of ourselves.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You make me think though, and it makes me always feel like I'm cutting you off, but you're the one who catalyzed me to some shit. Isn't it all because that we have not, as adults, learned to communicate? It was short. Isn't it that we have not learned to communicate? It's too much emotion. Every one of us is guilty. Is that it? Is it as simple as that?
I think so.
Everyone gets offended. That's an attack. Why can't you? It gets weird. I don't even want to go into thinking about it. I'm really hot. It gets really weird.
Joe, you're right. What I've learned for myself, and it just makes sense too. Our confusion is not the problem of someone else. And the past, our emotional insecurities makes us so frantic in the present. And when we're not grounded and when we don't feel safe, that's the key. We've got to feel safe in order to present ourselves authentically.
So ain't that the responsibility then on both of us? It's upon me to take responsibility for my own self, feeling safe. You don't owe me anything, but as me knowing you're my brother, it's my responsibility to help and provide a safe spot. I hate to sound gay, for people to land.
Ideally, yes. What I've been trying to grow personally with is just mentally creating a space, and not just here on this, but in my personal interactions when they occur, is creating the purpose within myself that I am here to serve this moment. And so my service is to create space for this other being to be themselves.
Yeah.
I failed. I failed earlier today. I got frustrated based on hopes and expectations. Then
what hopes and expectations?
I had a call with someone that I don't know. There's a lot of people.
If it's personal, I don't want to know it. I thought it was YouTube shit. I don't want to know your personal shit.
My son's birthday is next week. I'm hopeful for people who have said that they would be joining me.
Yeah.
And so I spoke to someone earlier today who said they were with me, and the conversation didn't go the way I wanted. And I realized after my frustration, I had hopes. Those hopes became expectations.
Yes.
My expectations became an attachment. And when I saw that the outcome I was attached to, which I didn't realize I was, when I saw it wasn't there, I got frustrated. And so then I got rude. And I said, I used the excuse of self-love, that my time wasn't resulting in the way I wanted. Then I said I was loving myself. So then I was rude. I've apologized already.
Jack, I don't think I've ever heard nothing more beautiful come out your mouth, and mostly because you're not big on saying, I don't know. I don't want to ruin the moment. Everything you said, that was beautiful.
Thank you.
That's a hard lesson to learn in life. When we realize and come to a point that we understand that others do not love or think about us as we think or may love them. That is such a hard lesson to learn, especially if you really care about that person and they don't respond to you with the same love and admiration. That is a very hard lesson to learn. And when you learn it, then you can move forward with your life and realize, you know what? no one is ever going to feel the same way that I do and move on. It's a really hard lesson to learn.
Yeah, but hopefully you learned that and you learn to let go of expectations, period. Then you get good at letting the motherfucker be themselves. Then you start enjoying life. You start really, you're on for the ride. It's fun now. I
That's
bear
one of
no
the biggest.
responsibility. I'm not trying to curb you. I'll throw some advice, but be you. You're the cat who likes to drive down the expressway going the wrong way. Hey, do you? I've warned you.
And another thing I'd like to mention before you end tonight, Jack, is all the stupid faggotry in the chat that likes to say that you've got the spirit of your mama. How disappointing to see these men speaking on that when they came into this world from their mother. What in the fuck is that all about, you dumb motherfuckers?
That's just somebody that's unfortunate enough to not have the spirit of their mother or their grandmother or good woman in them.
And people expose themselves with what they say about others. People expose themselves with what they say about others.
You know, I always just took it for what it was said until
You all
a
right,
woman
bro?
was up here and just said what she said.
All right.
Now I see how it's a slight, it's a slight. I always just in my head perceived what a person was trying to say. I didn't notice it was a slight till a chick was up here and y'all just said it. I didn't even notice it was a slight. It went right by me. You got the spirit of your mama. I just thought, oh, you got that feminine energy. I just accepted it as that. You guys are saying, no, it's an intended slight.
It's a compliment. I see it as a compliment, honestly.
If you come from an honorable mother, absolutely it's a compliment. So
Right.
when you have people saying that in chat, it is obviously people who have not had a good experience or representation of a strong mother, grandmother, or auntie, or whatever it is, and they would not be doing hashtags that kind of nonsense. I know what they're trying to say, that it is a feminine energy, but it looks absolutely fucking ridiculous.
It's a diss on their own mother, not the person who they're calling it out on.
Roger.
Exactly, it's dishonorable.
That's right on target.
Hey guys, we're coming up on 4 hours. This is a long stream
Jack,
for me.
2 more. Come on, 2 more. You're fine.
Jack, you did great. You did great, and you had 100 views, man. You had 100 in the chat most of the time. Good job.
Hey,
It's
yeah,
been
I was
really strong. I appreciate it.
What's your record, Jack, so far?
I don't know. I
Have you
honestly,
ever
I
done
know
a
I
4-hour
should.
stream?
Oh, for length? No, yes. I think 6 or 8 hours.
8 hours. Wow.
I've done long stretches before, but my thought is with who may tune in later, who may catch, skim through, see what's going on. I hope to share some value and some inspiration that people can just check in, take, and go on with their day. But
I mean, I'll offer a little advice. I don't know if I've even offered this before. I'm just thinking about it. Could you chop up some of the longer shit and present, I don't know, 5 or 7 minute short things?
Yes, there's actually a lot that I've used to make notes and with the intention of going back and doing the editing, but I haven't trained myself to do the editing.
There's only to know. If you don't do it now, you don't do it. That's the way that works.
Hey, the other part though, Joe, is you got to look at return of investment. Energy versus reward, and
editing is extreme return on investment, especially if you're going to do it on YouTube. You got to learn to do it sometime. You got to get good at it. You got an advantage over a million people. If you do, if you don't, you have a disadvantage. Editing is key.
Well, you're right, Joe. But there's a lot of amazing, talented editors out there. And if I find someone who wants to work with this, maybe would enjoy sharing their talents, well, golly geez, that's exactly what I hope for.
So
Joe had to learn how to edit his own videos. It took him a while, and he ended up loving it. So it might become something, that you don't want to really depend on other people.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, you don't want to.
I don't even really want to be on YouTube. So let's be honest.
Fair enough.
No, not fair enough. I've been under the fucking that this was the start of a fucking 20-year career. I thought that's what was going on here.
It's a love-hate relationship. I don't want to be here either, but I find myself here all the time.
I agree with y'all. You do need an editor, but you need an editor. It's hard to be an editor.
You need to learn to be an editor. No one's gonna love your shit like you. Yeah.
Respect. I need to learn how to do it, but I hope to find someone who enjoys doing it, who has a knack and a talent that I could learn from actually and work with.
Listen, shit, I don't even know about iPhone shit, but I could get you started. I had to help my girl. She was on a Samsung. I could get you started.
Well,
we should do it.
Everything I do is on my phone.
Yeah.
Jack Talcott,
yes, ma'am.
thank you for tonight. Thank you for tonight. Okay? I've watched you for this whole year and what you did from We Awake TV until now, and I see an improvement. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Just the way you said it, was. I know Joe turned that.
Am I being a little spicy? I'm not meaning to, but I am really glad to see this progression in you, Jack. Congratulations on a great stream tonight, and I look forward to more participation on your panel. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Bye, Yolanda. It was a pleasure having you up here. I really enjoyed your perspective. I enjoy other women, other Latino women, especially in this community over here. I think you had some great things to say, and I just appreciate you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate what you're doing too. Have a good night, everybody.
You brought a good spirit, Yolanda. Thanks. Nice meeting you.
Hey, I'm going to allow her to start the lead.
I'll be next.
All right.
I've got the spirit of my mother in me, my grandmother, and many other strong women that I'll tell you what, in their day, not many people would want to test them. I wouldn't. You know, they were remarkable women. You'd stand against them and they'd outwork you, they'd outthink you, they'd literally outdo you. So there's women out there like that. Take care, my friends.
Thanks, Scott. Have a good one.
Jack, it was awesome. What a interesting stream. Normally I don't enjoy this kind of stuff too much, but it was definitely entertaining, fascinating, different dynamics, people obviously exposing themselves, the hate that's coming out, especially in the comments, and they just can't stop the hate. So you can just see how it's just boiling their blood, and most people get the energy that they put out into the world just returns back to them, and they have no one to bitch about. But some people enjoy it. Some people do this because they get off on it. And so the more they get it back, the more they're going to continue to do it. So have an awesome night. It was good. See y'all later.
Respect, Jesse. Thank you, brother.
As always, I appreciate you, Jack. I appreciate your panel. You're definitely growing and getting stronger. And I'm thankful that I get to be a part of this journey with you. Mitchell, as always, nothing but love for you.
Likewise.
Bye.
Peace, sister. Thank you.
Yeah,
Mitch,
sorry.
I'm glad you stuck around. I do appreciate and respect your perspectives. You've been patient, so please.
It's good, man. I got it off my chest. I was just gonna say thanks for letting me come up and air out my controversy and rolling with it, handling it with grace, and letting me participate in the conversation. I think it was good and productive. Thank you.
I do too. Thank you, brother. And we got another return here. I'll give you just a moment.
Don't disappoint me, Mr. Snowball. I still want to see Mr. Hollywood hitting the streets before you go away.
Hey,
and that's all I gotta say. The optics are high. Much love.
You know what? Respect. I appreciate that reminder.
I gotta see, dude. You're fucking getting down, man.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that shit. Snowball. Fuck.
We'll see. And this was, where was this?
By an elevator?
No, this was, I think, in DC at the rail line in one of the, I don't know.
I want to see the one where you're in the car, too. There's the one where you're in the car.
All right. So, yeah, August 11th, 18th, the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Damn, dude. Look at that. Fucking straight up rocking it.
I was, dude. I had a beautiful blonde I had a beautiful blonde driving the car as well. I was in the passenger seat there.
There you go.
That's right. I went for this was Ted McGrath Message to Millions event that I went to.
Well, that's all I gotta say, man. You were rocking it out, snowball status, and putting the snow on the walnuts. And thanks for. I had to see it before you left one more time. I mean, you were rocking it, dude. Looking slick and sharp, and fucking hitting the town, man.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, Jack, your show's been great. The optics are great. The people are fucking discernment's great. Like everyone has a truth here to share. Everyone. And I appreciate you being able to allow everyone to share their truth through you, as well as the others who do it too. So thank you, man.
Amen. All right. Thank you, brother. And to all those who joined, sincerely, thank you. We had some all-stars here tonight. Ian from We Are Awake, Jesse from The Missing Link. We had Paul from Proper Instruction Motivates People, Flo from Flow State. I know I'm missing some. I know I am. Oh, Steve, HMFIC of Steve. You know what? Some beautiful, amazing people. I think even a lot. Did Tommy stop by tonight too? I think he may have. Holy cows. I don't know. Brothers and sisters, there is a victory to be found when we disengage from the fight. Some might call it surrender. Some might call it strategized regrouping, whatever you want to call it, a disengagement. A disengagement from conflicts, from worry. That's where the peace is found. And brothers and sisters, there is a peace, there is a stillness that is available within you right now. And there's the Christic divinity. Oh my goodness, I just remembered this. Late in the stream, maybe I'll talk about it tomorrow, but the idea of embracing the divine in order to overcome that which is human, or redefining humanity, basically, is the topic. And maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow. Talcott Tuesday tomorrow, as I understand correctly and remember accurately. Brothers and sisters, choose your battles. Figure out within yourself, prioritize, use your logic, your reasoning, figure out what is important. Is it important for you to be right? Or is it important for you to be accurate? I would much rather be accurate than think I'm right, turn out I'm wrong. And I don't know. Hey, it looks like before I go, actually, there were some comments I starred, and I'm confused here, admittedly. I don't know what's going on now between our poll and Ascending Master. I don't know what's going on there. One action we can all do better for tomorrow, for our tomorrow. I encourage you, find 5 things tonight and 10 things in the morning to be grateful for. 5 different things tonight, find 10 different things to be grateful for. Open your mind, start pushing yourself to start looking for the good, seek the good, know the good, accept the good, so we can share the good and become the good. That's what we're here for. Brothers and sisters, I'm going to allow some unresolved questions, and I'll figure out what's going on later. Till next time, thank you again, sincerely, brothers and sisters. Thank you for being you. Remind yourself it's okay to be you, just as you are. Others can be them, and it doesn't have to bother you. And if you don't let others bother you just because they are them, then guess what? You can feel good, and you're worthy of feeling good. When you feel good, you'll do good, and it just snowballs from there. Thank you again. Till next time, choose love, peace for everyone, and live without fear. Thank you, and God bless.